Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Eward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, good morning. Hello, Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Which one you want to talk about today?
HD2 is pretty cool.
All right, so I love that. I've said this many, many times. I'll say it again. To me, single best way to interact and listen to the show. 97.3 HD2. It's what it's how I consume the show in the state. Well, not the show, because usually I'm on the show while it's happening. But the station, that's how I consume it. 97.3 HD2. The only problem, there's only one problem with HD2. Only one. And that is, it's essentially impossible to figure out how to use it on your car because every single car manufacturer, every single radio manufacturer has built it differently. And so, you have to, have a, engineering degree to figure out how to get your HD2.
Yeah, Ian back here was just telling me he just found it last week.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I love listening to the game on the radio, but it's kind of scratchy. I wonder if I can figure out this HD thing.
Yeah.
And it's a random button. It's hard to find.
It is.
Go through your
Usually it'll pop up as
thing.
HD, you'll see an HD insignia thing pop up. It's a little larger than the other print. And you got to click that or something like it. And then you can find two at that point. But then once you do that, you're like, preset that sucker, and it's crystal clear. It's unbelievable. It sounds totally different. So if you've been annoyed listening to, AM radio like it's 1972, feel free to find the HD2 button, and we'll sound like an actual modern-day radio station instead of whatever, something our grandparents listened to. Anyway, that's rant over, but 97.3 HD2 is a great way to find and listen to the station. You'll hear Jeff Passan on it later today, 8:30 this morning. We'll talk to Jeff, talk some baseball with him as we kind of wrap up the All Star game and head into our 2 days of nothingness before everybody gets back to baseball on Friday. So Jeff will join us. We're going to tape that little trade secret. Going behind the scenes. 6:30, we'll play Brian Nemhauser from yesterday, which was awesome. Great stuff from Hawk Blogger that should make every Seahawks fan feel really good about the future of the team. And we will tape with Jeff Passan, so we're going to know ahead of time what Jeff has to say. That's right. Very sneaky, but that's what we're going to do. So that's planned this morning. You'll hear Jeff at 8:30, and then I think Maura's devised one of her evil little fun games for us later today as well. So you guys should enjoy this one.
Every time we do this game, people demand that we do it every week. It's so good.
Right.
But it's one that you just can't repeat too often or it won't have the same
oomph.
Yeah.
Same effect.
So I'm excited.
All right. Maura, this might be the most red and orange you and I have ever worn together on the same day. Neither of us wear colors like this very often, but
red
here we are.
Yeah. Because every time I get red, I realize it's not my color, but
you look good in red.
Sometimes I want a pop
think you
of
look
it.
nice in red.
Thank you.
This is the only red thing I own, and it's kind of maroon. So anyway, all right. So I watched the All Star game last night. Did you watch the All Star game, Maura?
I did. Kind of in the background as I was working.
Yeah, it's kind of how it felt like. It was a little more foreground for me because I was home alone last night. It was just me and little Gertrude, wife, kids out. So it was just me. So it was a little more foreground, but otherwise it would have been background. It was fine.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring.
I would agree.
Wasn't it kind of boring?
Yeah.
I don't know what they can do to make it better.
Well, the NL couldn't hit the AL.
Well, and the AL couldn't really hit the NL either. I mean, for most of the game, they were just sitting there looking at each other and watching pitchers dominate, which is fun in the right circumstance. It is fun to watch one pitcher go, 8 shutout innings and dominate. It's really not that fun to watch a parade of 12 pitchers not give up a run. It's just not that fun. I don't know what they're going to do. The pitching is so ridiculous. They're all talking about it. The pitching is insane. We know that's the case in general. It's been the case really for a while now. I mean, it's not just, I mean, the last couple of years have seen the velocity explosion and the tunneling changes and the spin revolution. But I mean, baseball going to have to do something. I've been talking about this for what feels like at least a decade, maybe longer. Lower the mound. That's kind of been my easiest fix to the whole thing. Just lower the mound like an inch. It's not a huge change, and it doesn't need to be a huge change. We don't need to go to 4 strikes or something like that. But if you lowered the mound just an inch, would you give them just a little bit less advantage and give the players an I don't know. Can you shrink the strike zone? I don't want to see more walks. That's kind of boring. We just want to see more action in the game. Now, there is an argument to be made that if you do nothing, that teams like the Marlins and the Rays and these teams that are showing right now that contact is the way to beat this style of pitching will eventually take over, and that those teams are more fun to watch. They did a couple of things in the last few years to get the athleticism up, right, with the stolen bases, the larger bases, and the fewer pickoff moves and all that stuff. So maybe there's an opportunity there for the game to kind of get more exciting again. But I don't know, last night just felt kind of boring, and maybe it was that a bunch of the stars are hurt or didn't play. I very much enjoyed the interviews, the in-game interviews. We'll talk more about those later. But overall, it was kind of boring. It was kind of boring. I also found myself last night thinking about Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh, and to some extent, Josh Naylor. And I found myself thinking separately about Logan Gilbert and Brian Wu, George Kirby, Bryce Miller, and Luis and Emerson Hancock, all the starters. And I found myself thinking a little bit about Andres Munoz. I found myself thinking a little bit about all of those guys who have at some point, or I guess other than Bryce, been all-stars. And I don't know if they watched the game last night, all of them. I don't know whether the hitters watched the game, Julio, Cal specifically, and looked at it and said, geesh, I wasn't even invited this year. Wasn't even invited. Last year, at least, Julio was able to say, hey, I need a break. I'm turning this thing down. They weren't even invited. I wonder if that was hard for them. I mean, I know that they would know there was a good reason for it. I'm not saying they'd be angry, oh my God, I was snubbed. None of those 3 guys have performed well enough to be all-stars. And the team at 1 game under 500 hasn't exactly shown the league that it deserved multiple all-star nods. But I wonder if it hits them last night, if they turn the game on, if they're, whatever, thinking about what's happening and wanting to see their peers. I wonder if there's an element of, geez, kind of blowing this here. We're kind of not playing up to the level we need to. And, here's the first consequence of that, which is I don't get to hang out with the best of the best. My reputation's on the line here, and they're kind of blowing that.
Honestly, I hope not. Just because I hope that realization sunk in when Randy got announced as their only All-Star. And I hope at this point everybody's kind of taking a step away and getting their heads where they need to be.
That's probably the best thing for them. I would agree with you. It just struck me if I was watching it that way, I wonder if they were watching it that way. And if the pitchers were, those guys have all been good. None of those guys have been bad. All their pitchers have been good. Have they been great? Have they dominated? Have they done what the best rotation in baseball is supposed to do, right? They're supposed to be the best rotation in baseball overall. Now, granted, it's not supposed to be the team with all aces, and there were some aces that made the team. But, man, there are some pitchers going last night where you're like, I can't believe the Mariners. And those guys are good, too. Don't get me wrong. There's so much good pitching. There wasn't one person who, obviously, the American League barely gave up a hit. But it's like, gosh, these starters are supposed to be so freaking good, and they're not quite playing at that all-star level. Bryce has, obviously, since he's been back. And yeah, maybe Cole Young got snubbed. Okay, those are fair points. I get it. I'm not ripping them on that. It's just that I would say the it's just been disappointing. We know it's been disappointing. They're under 500, for God's sakes, and what is supposed to be a World Series contention year. And I hope that realization has sunk in, that at some point here with, 70-something games left to play, they got to start, actually playing that way. All right. That is what I got for this morning. We got a lot more. We got JSN news, kind of. I've got NBA expansion news, kind of. I've got soccer news, kind of. So stick around. Everything you kind of need to know is next on Brock and Salk.
If you're subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube, then you saw this Wyman and Bob digital exclusive first.
Leonard Williams, he's in the final year of his deal. Can you pay him somewhere around top of the market?
He's still absolutely at the top of his game. I don't see any kind of drop-off as far as his age goes going into his 12th year.
Beyond who he is on the field, who he is in that locker room, he's just such a leader and a presence.
The home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube now.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Sales will sell the first car, but service sells the second and the third and the fourth car. And that's really the long-term vision.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
10 days until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new.
Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, death taxes in the AL winning the All Star game. 3 things you can count on forever. And happened once again last night, despite what appeared to be an inferior lineup. And it came via shutout. 11 pitchers giving up a total of 3 hits for the AL squad. 2 walks, 0 runs in what turned out to be a 4-0 victory. Randy Arozarena went 1 for 2 with a single. Cody Bellinger was named the All-Star MVP in front of about 12 fans that were still left in the ballpark at that point. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't grab me last night the way it has at other nights, and maybe that was the lack of Mariners. Randy going 1 for 2 with a single. That was the entirety of the Mariner experience last night. And then what turned out to not be too bad, but God, it looked bad in the moment. Junior Caminero leaving the game after getting hit in the hands.
Oh, boy, that one looked like it may have got Caminero up and in on that hand. And he is down, and this is the worst case scenario to see a star player get hit by a pitch in the All-Star game.
I thought he'd been the victim of a yellow card or something, the way he was lying on the ground. Thankfully, he did eventually get up. He ran off to get x-rays. They came back negative, and he said after the game that he would actually be ready to play on Friday, which is good. He's one of the good guys in the good sports and the good players in the game today. All right, so 2 days off, no baseball. Mariners will start their second half at home on Friday against the Giants. Game under 500, 1.5 back in the division. But nice. The national media actually is still fairly bullish. I would say probably more bullish than a lot of the fans and listeners that write and communicate in here with the show. John Smoltz yesterday clearly saying on the broadcast he expected them to be better in the second half. Buster Olney said the same thing.
Joe, the sleeping giant, the Seattle Mariners, who are under 500 right now, 48-49. But this is a team with an excellent rotation. Brian Wu, Logan Gilbert, depth behind them. Plus, you know that Cal Raleigh's not going to struggle in the second half the way they did in the first half. Julio Rodriguez playing in a very winnable American League West. I could see the Mariners emerging, especially after making moves at the trade deadline.
All right, well, we'll see what they're able to do. They're going to have to get more from those guys specifically. Cal, Julio, the rest of those stars. They're going to have to get healthier, you know that. And they're just going to have to play cleaner ball. I don't know exactly how they go about doing that, but somehow, some way, they've got to play cleaner baseball than they did in the first half.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, if you were hoping that JSN's historic season, the Offensive Player of the Year award, would vault him to the top of the wide receiver rankings, you're going to be disappointed, but not that disappointed. He didn't finish first. That was Jamar Chase, who actually ran away with it. He was third after Justin Jefferson, so maybe that's frustrating. I don't know. It's a pretty big jump considering he was unranked a year ago. He was ahead of Puka Nacua. He was ahead of, some of the other all the other big name receivers in the game other than Jefferson and Chase. Some of the quotes: he reminds me so much of Cooper Kupp's tremendous performance in 21. Only JSN is better on the outside than him, according to one. Love the game. Relentless, smooth, competitor. Not the elite outside player, though, that those top guys are. And that was kind of the theme. That he just didn't scare teams quite as much as someone like Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson did. Is there a reason to be angry about that? I don't know. He did it for 1 year, and before that, people hadn't really noticed. I think if you do it for a second year, and another GM said this, people are going to really start to respect what JSN did and won't feel as fluky as maybe it did to some. Still, third, that is no slouch. That's pretty impressive showing for JSN. You should feel pretty good. DK Metcalf, by the way, unranked. He was in the others receiving votes category.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Update last night from Adam Silver on NBA expansion. Essentially said it's just progressing as planned.
Over the last 2 days, there were discussions both at the committee level and before the board from Paul Taubman, our outside banker, about how the process is going. What he's hearing from the groups. As I said earlier, price is one component, but I think there was as much interest in who the groups would be, what the overall composition of ownership, and of course where they would play. I'm still hopeful again that this process would be wrapped up by year end, and I feel we're very much on track.
Yeah, I think he said also that the summer was always going to be a bit of a reach to get it done this quickly, but what do I think is going to happen? I feel 99.9% sure that it'll be Samantha Holloway's group that will have an NBA expansion team playing at Climate Pledge Arena in, the 2028-29 season. So I don't think anything changes there. Spain defeated France 2-0 to advance to the World Cup finals for the first time since 2010. They'll face the winner of today's game, which is England and Argentina at noon. And then I actually found this sort of interesting. Flo Balogun joined CBS this morning. Remember, he was the guy who had gotten the red card, and then the red card was suspended. They suspended the suspension, the whole thing. Here's what he said about how that whole process felt on the inside.
My initial reaction was, I was happy to be back in the team.
Yeah.
But when I kind of started to reflect, I knew it was going to cause a lot of controversy. And I could almost see within my teammates a bit of nerves because it's something that's so unique.
Mm-hmm.
But the closer we got to the game, I tried to just focus as best as I could. Yeah. But it was difficult, a lot of outside noise, and that's hard to avoid.
Yeah, a lot of outside noise, and obviously that got ratcheted up once it became part of the American culture war. Isn't that fun when everything just becomes part of the culture war? It's almost like that's difficult for people to deal with. Go figure. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Everything. Doesn't matter. Can you imagine being Caitlin Clark? All you want to do is play basketball. Oh, hey, congratulations. You're part of the culture war. Fun. Oh, that's just what I was hoping to be. Thank you. That's just great. I was hoping to be a part of the things that Americans argue about every day, just to argue about things. That's great. That's really good. Thank you to the internet. Thank you to everybody who's allowed me to do that. And I do feel some sympathy for the U.S. team that happened to them. They weren't asking for that. They didn't say, hey, can we, the players out on the field didn't say, hey, can we be part of the culture war? They didn't say that. They're just playing soccer. That's what they love to do. And the next thing you know, boom, that's that all that pressure is kind of heaped upon them, which I'm sure is difficult. Happened to the U.S. hockey team. It's I don't know. Kind of makes me sick. Anyway, all right. Coming up at 7. You know what? More importantly, maybe coming up at 7:30. We got to talk about the most pressing issue for the Mariners. There's a bunch, but the more we've talked about the Mariners, the more I keep coming back to one name. And no, it's not Cal Raleigh, although obviously that is the biggest question for the second half. This name, though, I can't get him out of my head. So we'll discuss that at 7:30. Stick around for Hawk Blogger. Learn a little bit more about Vinod Khosla next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
Tipped up and intercepted, and it's Nick Ward.
Continuing coverage of the sale of the Seahawks with Stacey Rost.
I don't know that this feels like something that made me nervous. It's just a change. That's the best thing. Yeah, it's kind of like, you got a slow roaster or whatever it is. You just kind of leave it alone. Don't do anything. Let it cook.
Find everything you need to know at seattlesports.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. At Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, we've been serving the East Side for more than 24 years. We love serving our guests and creating wonderful memories. We also love serving the community, from local schools to amazing organizations like Hope Link, the American Cancer Society, Bellevue LifeSpring, and so many more. I want to thank you, our guests, for supporting Sea Star all these years, making it possible for us to serve and help those in need. Thank you. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
When we started Oakland Roots Sports Club, we needed a strong foundation. Gusto has had our back since day one, making sure every hire, every paycheck, and every player is taken care of. They're the team behind our team. With Gusto, we stay rooted and give Oakland the love it deserves. I'm Idris Argandawal, co-founder of Oakland Roots and Gusto customer since 2018.
See why 500,000 businesses trust Gusto for payroll, HR, and more. Get started for free at gusto.com/roots.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rev up your summer at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The British Bike Exhibition is now open along with the all-new cafe, El Coriano, which is getting rave reviews. Mark your calendar for Tacoma Cars and Coffee or family drive-in movie night. Have friends, family, or soccer fans coming to town? The trip to LeMay, America's Car Museum will be the highlight for kids and adults alike. Plan your visit now at americascarmuseum.org and experience something new today.
The countdown is on.
10 days.
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, to get 30, to get 20, 20, 20, to get 20, 20, to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Continuing to try to learn more about the Kosla family and understand what impact it will have on the Seahawks short and long term. With that in mind, our friend Brian Nemhauser, you may know him as Hawk Blogger, joining us now. We have him on video if you're on YouTube, and we think he and Brock will be able to hear each other, and if not, we're just going to have to call him back because I'm not going through another interview, Brock, where you
don't want to do that?
Yeah, where the guest can't hear.
You don't want to do that where you
don't.
just carry the whole thing yourself?
Can you hear Brock?
I'm like AJ Hawk.
I can. It's kind of disappointing. I mean, I thought, Mike, you and I were just going to have a personal conversation and we could kick Brock out of here.
Thank God. I swear to God. I was about to have a full-fledged tantrum on the air, so thank God you guys can hear each other.
I thought about just pretending I couldn't hear him for a while just to madden him.
That's what Goldsmith
I'll play
did.
straight.
That was awful. Goldsmith did the same thing, and it nearly broke us. All right. Well, good. Glad you and Brock can hear each other. We'll jump right into this, starting with the sale. And I want to ask you about a few other things, Seahawks-related topics as well. But just how do you feel? It's been, 4 or 5 days now since we found out that the Kosla family was going to be buying the Seahawks. How do you feel about it?
I got to come clean if I'm going to be honest with you guys. Before the deal came through and we had the awareness we did of who was involved, the idea that people that had been season ticket holders to the 49ers and minority owner of the 49ers, you've heard my thoughts on the 49ers. I was like, not that group. And almost immediately after the deal was announced, I started digging in, and the only thing I knew about them at that point was that, and the fact that Vinod had been the founder of Sun Microsystems. And everything I found was really positive. And not only that, but I have, based off of folks that know, I worked in the tech sector for 26 years. I have a lot of contacts down in the Bay Area, and they have familiarity with this family. And every single person I've talked to has just had really positive things that have, I think, been very encouraging. There are some things that I think are going to be potentially challenging too. We can talk about those, but when you have no choice over who takes over your favorite franchise, I think you have to hope it's someone that seems as good as this family seems.
So just quickly, when you say that you heard positive feedback from people that you know in common or people that have interacted with them, what sorts of positive things did you hear?
Well, I mean, first of all, these are generous people. These are people that have given back to the community. They have been passionate about causes, whether it's from climate-related stuff or education-related stuff. And Niru has spent a lot of time on CK12, the nonprofit they started to help essentially make educational information available to everybody for free around the planet. And so I think a lot of that's positive. I have heard from folks around Vinod, who is, look, I have seen people that have literally built Photoshop, the first person that came up with it, of people that have built multi-billion-dollar products. And then when they try to do it a second time, good luck. Like they're given the keys to the kingdom. They can't do it twice. Vinod has not only started Sun Microsystems, but he has then picked winner after winner, and not just little ones, but massive winners in the tech space. That is rare to have that kind of vision and that type of incisive thought. So having that, I think, is really positive. And then I think Neil is also a really interesting figure in all of this. I'll be very honest. One of the things my radar went up on is when you grow up with very successful, very wealthy family, parents, that can lead to some odd things for kids. And everything I have heard and interacted with around him is really impressive. I think this is a guy that's worked as an intern in the NFL, in the NBA, cares passionately about sports and analytics, and also has started his own company and been a CEO and currently is a CEO. So I think there's a lot of really positive signs about these being not only successful people, but principled people and folks that are invested in their community.
Okay, Brian, put that analytics hat on and tell me the 2 or 3 ways that owners make the biggest impact on our team.
Brock, I think it really varies, right? It varies based off of who the owners are. In this particular case, I absolutely think it's in the technology side, right? How could you not? Because the next frontier for NFL just battle royale is going to be in the analytics space. It's going to be in the AI space. It's going to be in modeling and predictive modeling. And that is not, everyone thinks that's one thing. That is about their scouting analytics in terms of understanding what's going on with GPS data and what's going on projecting who's in college that's going to be a successful pro. There is health-related modeling around who you should play or who you should keep out another few weeks to make sure that they stay healthy. And then there's also game planning-related modeling, to simplify it, where you're looking at what are the tendencies for a team you're facing and what they do in what down and distance, and helping coaches get ready for their opponent. And I think the Seahawks are in really good hands with Patrick Ward in all of those places. You cannot help but think that having Vinod and his contacts and Neil and his contacts and Niru and hers are going to be anything but super helpful in that space. And look, as much as I respect John Schneider, Executive of the Year for good reason, he's not going to be here forever. And if you can invest in a scouting model that learns from what John and his staff have done, and you can really improve its predictability and predictive power, that is going to last no matter who your GM is. And I think that that's a really potentially, valuable place for them to dig in.
Yeah, as I'm listening to you talk, I keep coming back to what I've felt talking to almost everybody about this, which is, while they're not going to be exactly the same as the Allen family, certainly having a second generation is a major difference there. The similarities feel a lot more common than I would have expected them to be.
I think that's right. And I'm going to take it a different direction where I see a difference. And this is one of the things I'm going to be paying attention to is people forget Paul Allen was not a huge Seahawks fan. Mm-hmm. He was a huge basketball fan, and he bought the Blazers first. That was his love. And he was very involved with how that franchise ran. The Seahawks purchase was kind of a civic duty and a giving back to the community kind of purchase. He was more of a steward of the Seahawks. And I'm not so sure that wasn't part of why he was such a great owner of the Seahawks. I think Jody fits in the same category. The Koslas, while they aren't Seahawks fans or haven't grown up as Seahawks fans, they are sports fans. And I think they didn't spend $10 billion to sit on the sidelines. I do think you can expect Neil to be involved and Niru and Vinod. That's going to be a difference, and how they're involved is going to be one of the things we all just have to wait and see how that goes.
How predictive was Salk's golf game at the Ridge on Friday?
All right. I wasn't at the Ridge. Gosh. We were at the home course. Thank you.
You're on your course. Oh, you're on Salk's course. Oh. How predictive was his game versus your home course and his home course?
I mean, I'll say this. He was very comfortable on his home course, and Salky has really upped his game. I golfed okay. I wasn't great. I think I shot an 82. And I think I only beat him by a few strokes.
What?
I mean, this guy was out there dialing it. So
Fatigue became a factor late, Brock, as you might imagine, especially with the bad back. I think I went 41-44. It was a decent day.
Wait. So Brock, I do have to tell you this. When I saw Salk at the course, he was lying on the ground, on the pavement, doing some sort of like yoga contorted exercise.
You mean
the woman
stretching?
Working in the pro shop. The woman working in the pro shop came out and was like, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, and the answer was not really.
With my golf cart.
Not really. No, I was not okay, but I battled through, thankfully.
Where will we feel the loss of the Allens the most?
Oh man. I mean, I'll broaden it. I think Burt Cole deserves to be part of that conversation as well. I think he was obviously a close friend of Paul Allen and then worked hand in hand with Jody Allen, and I think was involved probably more day to day than Jody was in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the community connection is going to be something that I'm hoping we're going to hear that the Khoslas or some part of their family is actually moving here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a real sign of commitment to the community. And I have some reason to think that might happen. But it's hard to replace. Paul Allen was from here. Like, this is his home. And he bought Cinerama, and he did other things to help this city become the city it is. And I think that it's hard to replicate that. So I don't know where that'll show up or not. I think the other thing is going to be potentially the willingness to kind of sit back and ask questions, but not oversteer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part of this more than anything else that is going to be, it's going to be tough. It would be tough for me if I bought my favorite franchise and could play with it, to just buy this toy for $10 billion and just leave it on the shelf and never touch it. Not many people can do that.
I wonder, I mean, they did use the word stewardship in the initial press release. I hope that is indicative of how they plan to run this thing. You're absolutely right to mention it with Paul. It's a word I've used over and over again with owners. It suggests that you are owning the team in the good, you're owning it on behalf of the public, that you are doing what your city, your region, your fan base would want you to do. Doesn't mean you listen to every word they say, but that you are owning it on their behalf, not just to play your own games or whatever, or just to make money off of it. This does not feel like a money play for the Khosla family, but it sure does feel like, that'll be an interesting friction point for them to try to figure out how much to be involved in order to help the team without hindering the team by trying to get into spots where maybe they're a little outside. But they sure seem like a pretty smart group of people, and hopefully they can figure out, what they don't know, how to learn it, and how to trust some of the people around them. The good news is, with John Schneider and Mike McDonald in place for the next few years, they don't have to do much of anything right away. And by the time they'll be called upon to do so, maybe they have a pretty good sense of it. Let's talk about the team right now. Sam Darnold, number 11 on these Jeremy Fowler position group lists. And I think these are decent lists because it's not like Jeremy just picks them. It's 70-something coaches, executives, and scouts around the league. What did you make of Sam Darnold at number 11?
Well, I admit I try to not react to some of the lists that happen all the time this time of year. But when I saw, I think Mina Kimes and Ben Solak, who are great at what they do, they had him at 19 on their list. And I was like, whoa, whoa, what are you talking about there? I think Nate Tice, who's also very smart. I can't remember maybe Greg Rosenthal. I think they had him at 17. Both of those felt very low to me. And if you guys want the pitchforks to come out, I did a show with my co-host Jeff Simmons where we said, who are the quarterbacks we would trade Sam Darnold for? Nobody liked that conversation, I will tell you that. But we ended up with Sam at around 8, like around 8 or 9 among quarterbacks. And so to see him at 11 from scouts and GMs and owners, I was like, all right, like anywhere honestly between 8 and 14 feels like a reasonable place to have Sam Darnold. And the other thing I'll say with the rankings, where you rank 1 to N does not matter. What matters is are you above or below the line that a team can win a Super Bowl with you? I got news for you. Sam Darnold's above the line. So like he could be ranked 24th. And if there was 23 other quarterbacks that could win a Super Bowl, whatever, fine. I think Sam Darnold, people forget how young he is and how much he is going to benefit from being in the same place for the first time, really, since he's really remade his career.
It only becomes important if you ask the next question, which is, okay, would you pay him $55, $65 million a year?
I love this question. And I'll be honest. I would need to see what happens this year before I'm willing to certainly say, yes, you should do that. I think that based on the data I've looked at, it is just very, very hard still in this day and age to win consistently and win championships with quarterbacks that are making over 10% of the cap. And so depending on where the cap is and how that all, I don't care what he makes. I can care about what percentage of the cap he makes. And you got to have enough money to be able to pay other parts of the squad, because you might be going up against Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett and Kobe Turner and Matthew Stafford and a bunch of other folks. You need as many arrows in the quiver as you can get.
Okay, a more fun, and it's a hypothetical because it's, I don't think, going to happen. We've not heard anything. It would be outside the realm of the way they do their contracts and business, but just a hypothetical along those lines. If you knew, and we knew, speaking of predictive, that you would save percentage points on the cap to re-sign him now versus wait for the data point of 2026, would you do that?
Rephrase that. Are you saying would I sign
right
him
now you could get a deal done right now that you know would save, right? I mean, it'd be a risk, but you, to your point about percentages of salary cap, you could get a deal done now that pays him 22% versus the risk of him going and winning another Super Bowl or making a Super Bowl run and playing great and having then to eat up 26% of the cap. If you knew you could get the deal done now, would you do it?
Well, I definitely would not do any deal that's upwards of 20% or anything like that. But I do understand the question, and the answer for me is no. I'm with John Schneider on this particular situation. I'm not always with him on this philosophy of not extending people until the last year of their deal. In this case, I think that you only benefit from seeing another year of Sam Darnold. And if he is good enough and the team is successful enough to warrant, giving him that contract, then you're in a pretty good position. So I think there's less downside to that than there is to locking him in now.
And he was good this offseason, right, Brian? You were out there for the 4 or 5 practices that were open to the public. Wouldn't you say to your eye and just watching him, different guy even this year than what you saw certainly at this point last year?
Well, certainly different than the guy Salk saw on the first day.
All right.
That's a crazy question.
All right.
That is on the golf course.
Yes,
how much time
seriously.
How much time is spent between you two on the golf course talking football, shop?
I mean, we
20%?
I don't know. Yeah, it goes pretty. A lot of it's about golf. My wife always asks me that. What do you talk about 4 hours on a golf course? I'm like, golf. But no, to answer your question, Brock, I do think it actually is worth talking about where Sam was this time last year. Not even where he ended last year, but where he was this time. And the offense was not installed. It was new faces and new places, and he did not look comfortable. And it wasn't really until training camp that you started to see some rhythm and some confidence develop. And even then, there were still questions. So there's no doubt that he is in much more command. He is the best quarterback on the field. And there were times last year at this time of year, Drew Lock looked like the best quarterback on the field. That's no longer the case. So I think that there's every reason to think that Rashid Shaheed, JSN, Dory Horton when he comes back, AJ Barner, I think that this is going to be a year where Sam Darnold can correct some of the mistakes and raise his ceiling even a little bit further.
But if you think all of those things, there is sort of an argument to be made for Brock's point, which is if I think he's going to do all those things, try to bet on that now, buy low, even though he's coming off of a Super Bowl year, but lower than it might be at the end of next year if he puts all those things together. I tend to be with you. I'm not paying huge money, and I think that's ultimately why he lands where he does on this list. Now, you got a couple other guys, though, that are going to be in conversations. Obviously, the Devin Witherspoon thing is probably going to go for another few weeks. The other name that I'm a little intrigued by is Leonard Williams, who, just finished number 1 on his list. He was the single best defensive lineman in the league. I should probably say defensive lineman just because of the versatility, but at least he was on the interior lineman list. At what point do you have to start having conversations about locking down Leonard Williams for an even longer term deal?
Yeah, I mean, now, to be honest, I think the question there for me is less about whether you should be locking down Leonard Williams, but whether or not Leonard Williams is going to want to continue to play. I think that's not because he's lost the love of the game or because he's slowing down or anything like that. But if you really pay attention to Leonard, he is a Renaissance man. I mean, he has got a lot of interests in a lot of places. He's got family that's now growing. And I just wonder if he's one of those guys that's ready to maybe ride off into the sunset earlier than some people would want him to. So that's the question for me. If he's willing and he is committed to playing for another few years, I would have no problem signing him to another 3-year deal, knowing that he'll probably see 2 years of that. And then, he's one of those generational athletes that are just very rare. I don't think that there's any reason he will not be still dominant over the next few seasons.
I think we got some receipts over the last half dozen times. Nemhauser's joined us over the last couple of years, from Shadeur not being a first-round pick to keep an eye on Geno Smith, maybe not being a Seahawk, to last time he was on, totally in agreement with Salk to get something done with Derek Hall. Something gets done. What is in the Nemhauser back pocket? What's cooking? Anything brewing in the days, weeks ahead as we begin this year and training camp right around the corner?
Obviously the Witherspoon thing's going to happen, so that's not much of a prediction.
Do we got a surprise cut? Somebody to keep an eye on? A possible deal being made? Anything cooking?
That doesn't happen as much anymore. We don't get as many surprise cuts in the NFL as we used to.
That's a good question. I did release my 53-man roster prediction a while ago, and there was one player on there. I got to bring it up you caught me off guard, and I got to make sure I've got it here. But
no Edwin Arroyo?
What's that?
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No. I think that the tight end room is a really interesting one. They kept 5 last year with Nick Callerup, who's a guy I think can be the best blocking tight end in football. Are they going to keep 5 again this year? That's interesting. Here's one for you. I think that the Seahawks team and Brian Fleury are going to potentially be a team that has the fullback on the field a lot more often, 21 personnel, than what Clint Kubiak did. And I think the other part of that is that you could find a situation where Robbie Oots is a much more important part of this offense, and that he is going to be used as a receiver a lot more than he was last year. And that when they're in 21 personnel, last year they were 70% run. It was very predictable what they were going to do when Robbie Oots was on the field. The 49ers were 50-50 run pass when they had a fullback on the field. If they can get to less predictability, more utilization as a receiver, not just as a blocker, Robbie Oots is a guy that might play a much more prominent role in this offense than I think most people are.
I hope they run that play the Niners did in the playoff game with the little option with the fullback. That was good. They should do that. That was a pretty cool play.
The fourth down call.
I figured you'd like that.
Yeah, that was really good.
Brian Fleury, if he designed that.
They should do that one more because that was cool. That wasn't at all like they gave up in the first quarter of that game. Brian,
was it anywhere as good as the Jalen Milroe package?
Ooh, yeah, yikes! Wow, yikes! At least those were early. At least those were early in the year, as opposed to with your season on the line in the playoffs. But yeah, fair point. Well said. Well said, sir. All right, a great response from the great Brian Nemhauser. You may know him as Hawk Blogger, and go find all of his stuff: social media, internet, YouTube, the whole deal. Thank you, sir. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, guys. Good seeing you.
30 years ago,
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle. from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Do you have a wood deck that could use a little TLC this season? Start by giving it a good cleaning to remove dirt, pollen, or any mold or mildew. Then, if you're left with gray wood and decide you want to restain, use a wood brightener product first. Finally, when you're ready to bring life and color back into your deck, choose Penifin Ultra Premium Red Label Wood Stain. Its highly penetrating Brazilian rosewood oil formula provides superior protection for your wood deck. Penifin Red Label Wood Stain. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
Dave Wyman here, and the folks at Bellevue Rare Coins say higher prices have enticed more Americans to cash out their jewelry, gold, and silver items. Here's a story from a real customer. She walked into Bellevue Rare Coins with an old bag of jewelry, a little bit nervous, a little bit embarrassed because it was mostly old tangled chains and pieces she hadn't looked at in years. When they gave her the total, she couldn't believe what it was worth. Go see what your jewelry is worth with a free consultation. Bellevue Rare Coins is now in Linwood, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Bellevue.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You know, you just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. IRGPT.com.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
50 seasons, 50 legends, one unforgettable night. Join the Mariners Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night at T-Mobile Park, presented by Daktronics.
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Before the team takes on the Rays, arrive early for the most epic pregame ceremony in Mariners history. You'll witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. From Griffey to the big unit, from Ichiro to Nelson Cruz, and every legend in between, you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Junior with a 2-run home run. Everybody is going bonkers here in the Kingdom.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
In this business, time matters. You're always looking for ways to be more efficient and stay ahead. We all have our own time-saving hacks. But if you're a business owner, how can you save time hiring? The answer? ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Save time and meet great candidates sooner with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code radio20.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael. How we doing today?
All right.
Can you help me with something real quick before you get to... And by the way, do you realize the Seahawks rookies report Friday?
Yeah, I did.
Friday. It's amazing.
I did know that.
You did know that?
I did, yeah.
Can you help me with your wonderful BB&N and your Pomona education and your grammar? You have horrible penmanship, but you're a very bright guy.
Thank you.
Can you help me and the audience? We just finished taping with Jeff Passan. It's going to be awesome at 8:30. And he said something a couple different times. How do I know the difference of when to use effect with an A and effect with an E?
Yeah, you got to flip a coin on that one.
Are you serious?
No, I kind of, though. Of all the things that
You just go impact instead.
There you go. Any English teacher, Mrs. Blasey, 7th grade teacher, Mrs. Blasey, if you're listening,
is a
you
noun,
can text in.
Effect with an E is a noun. Effect with an A is a verb.
Is that all the time?
I think that's the general rule.
Is it really?
I think so. But I'm like, you call me, put me on the spot here.
Yeah.
I'm much better with fewer and less. Fewer and less, I got that. I got that one down. But effect and effect.
Okay.
I think
Fair
you
enough.
affect change, which can be an effect. Anyway.
Will 27 of 54 outs via strikeout affect any change in baseball?
Well, I was going to say, which is more interesting, sports radio hosts discussing grammar or watching last night's All Star game? It was pretty boring. It really was. I love baseball. I do. And I wanted to come on and be like, no, it was kind of boring. It was you're just looking for a little bit more fireworks, I guess, out of the All Star game. Now, the good news is, for them, it looks like every other baseball game. Brock,
Yes.
I know you're going to... That's a baseball game.
Yeah.
That's what baseball games look like.
Especially bullpen days.
Yeah. Lots of really good pitching, hitters that are generally overmatched, a couple of, hits that sneak through, and one home run. That's kind of a baseball game. I've watched that game quite a bit.
So if there's one extra base hit that whole game.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen games like
With the
that.
best hitters on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hitting's really, really hard, especially against all of those guys amped up and coming in for just an inning at a time. There's no doubt. So rather than discuss the game itself, I will say for the second or third straight year, we've had this conversation the day after the All-Star game, which is, God, I just love the in-game interviews.
Correct.
I love them.
I mean, it saved that game last night.
It is the only thing I like about the game. It's nice that John Smoltz actually seems to enjoy baseball during the All-Star game. We don't get any of his tirades about how much he hates the game.
He's probably been talked to, I'm going to guess.
Maybe. I just assume it's the All-Star game and it's different.
No, I would have guessed. Hey, this is a chance to showcase the game.
Okay.
Not to
the
challenge
World Series
game.
is too, but whatever. I thought he was good last night. And I love the conversations they had. The one with early in the game, talking to the pitcher about what he was going to throw was super interesting. We got Pete Crow Armstrong in center field.
You catch Bears fever?
Oh, yeah, big time. I went to 5 games last year. Went to every playoff game. It was a blast, man. They're fun to watch.
Did your dad pass on Bears fandom to you?
He absolutely did, yeah. He was a big Bears fan, so I grew up a huge... Devin Hester was my guy. I love Matt Forte. But I'll still watch Devin Hester highlights to this day.
Yeah, so I enjoy getting to know the guys that way. George Springer had one of the great in-game interviews I've ever seen. I liked the two managers on the interview together, all the pitchers together. I love the stuff where they're legitimately digging into, okay, what are you going to throw? Why are you going to throw it? It's awesome. And there's just no way to make it repeatable in the regular season.
You
I
don't
wish
think
there
so?
was.
You don't think so?
To that degree?
I mean, they pushed it in golf, right? You see guys maybe not in major tournaments. You don't do this in the World Series. You don't do this in playoff, but you see it in golf where they might come up for a walk down the fairway, right? After they hit a shot, and what do you think in here?
Guys are so different the difference is in golf, you're only answering to yourself. So if you do that interview and then you don't play well, you can just not do the interview again. If you do that in baseball and then, you commit an error, you've got to answer to everybody, your fans, your management, your teammates. The risk factor is just so great. And honestly, we get some of that stuff with the pitchers that aren't pitching that day, and those have been pretty good. I've enjoyed those that they do, and everyone throws sunflower seeds at them and stuff. Those are fine.
So you don't think there would be any way, probably starting with outfielders, to be honest, right? Because even in that inning, a ball's not hit to them, and there's very high likelihood a ball may not even come your way over the court. You don't think there's any way whatsoever, especially maybe in, I don't know, labor negotiations right now, to just baby step that thing?
Here's the only no. Honestly, I think the answer to that is generally no. But look, they could do it, but I don't think it would be as good as it is during the All Star game when guys are relaxed, when guys want to kind of show off their personality to the country. Like you could try it, and I think maybe they have, but I don't think it has that same kind of effect.
Okay, well, what about
Here's my suggestion.
All right.
This is the only thing I could come up with last night that I thought would at least be a step towards that. And that is, what if fans could see the PitchCom communication? What if you could see the PitchCom? Like it popped up on the screen. Like in small, like, the way when you were watching the home run derby the other night. Yeah, or similar to poker, sure. I was just thinking about the way like the distance popped up on each home run, and it was small. It didn't like take over the whole screen. What if when Cal Raleigh presses the button on PitchCom for a four-seam fastball, you saw a four-seamer pop up before he threw it, and if he shook his head no, you would know that he then called a slider after that. I mean, there's no way that could be relayed back to the hitter in time, right? I think.
Don't just ask the Houston Astros.
All right. Well, you'd have to figure out a way to technologically make it possible. Yeah. But that was the best thing I could come up with. Maybe if you could see a little of that. I mean, you wouldn't get the thought process behind it, but at least you would see sort of how they're communicating and all that. I know you get it after the pitch, so it's not that big a difference. That was kind of the best I could come up with.
How about just guys mic'd up? And not having live conversations. How about just being mic'd up? So you hear more of that, I don't know, at the fourth inning or the seventh inning. And obviously, like Hard Knocks, it's going to go through the team. Somebody with the team is going to hear anything before it gets relayed to the national or local or regional audience. But how about just a chance to hear some of that chatter, to hear some of that back and forth, to hear some of what they're thinking, to bring you in to some of that, like they mic up coaches in the NFL, and they mic up guys in golf, and they mic up everybody in the UFL, to just try to bring you a little bit more into the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I do think they need more of that.
I think that would be the little baby step before. Yeah, in-game live interviews probably.
I guess at the end of the day, I love baseball. I do. I love the game of baseball.
But you're worried about it.
I am always a little worried about it. I love that it's complicated. I have no problems with baseball being complicated. And I think one of the challenges baseball always runs into is, how do we sell a complicated game to young fans that are looking for simple?
To Lyles.
Yeah.
How do you sell it to Lyles?
Well, it's interesting that Lyle loves it so much, considering how simple he generally wants things. But like, as you watch people, goo goo gaga over the stupidity and simplicity of soccer over the last couple of weeks, I'm sure if you're a baseball fan, you're going, oh my God. Like, my game is so hard to teach people. It's so complicated. The joy of it comes in the nuance of the little decisions, as opposed to just watching people run around for an hour and a half.
And soccer guy and gal right now are screaming at you.
I don't
They're
care.
screaming because it's the same thing in soccer.
No.
It's the
Soccer's
nuance.
as complicated as baseball.
It's the nuance of
But
all
soccer is
the
simple.
passes, all the setup, all the formations,
All right,
all
there's
the
nuance.
strategy.
Fine, there's nuance, but it's
Thank
not
you.
complicated the same way. The rules aren't complicated. The stats aren't complicated. It's just different. Don't tell me it's not different. It's just not a complicated game. It might be a nuanced game. I'll give you that.
Is that offsides or not offsides?
All right, but that's not complicated. It's nuanced. It's argumentative.
It is nuanced.
But it's not complicated. Baseball is complicated.
Yeah.
And it's complicated in a way that I think can be a tough sell. The game is about to have a watershed moment. This offseason is going to be a watershed moment, oh my God, what direction is this sport going to go moment for baseball. They're probably going to lock out. Fans are going to be pissed again. And they have an opportunity to come back from that lockout better than they were before. They have an opportunity to improve the game through their collective bargaining agreement. I love the cap and floor. I think the players should chill out and find a way to accept it. I don't like the minor league changes that the league has proposed to essentially ruin the minor leagues and make it significantly smaller. I think that is a bad idea. I hope that the owners give on that, and I hope that the players give on the cap and floor. Reasonable minds prevail. And if they can do those two things, quite frankly, I hope that the owners only suggested the minor league changes so that they can give it up later and say, oh, okay, fine, we'll give that up. But we need the cap and floor in order to change the way the game looks for everybody.
Yeah.
I think this is an opportunity, and I hope they don't blow it.
Well said. The only challenge is, in particular, this year, coming off of this, just like you could not have had the Seahawks have more success to elevate the price. Salk, when the Marlins are spending nothing, when the White Sox are spending nothing, when some of the Rays continue to spend nothing, and they're some of the best teams in the sport.
Yeah,
it complicates that even more.
It does,
in those conversations.
Yeah, and it's not just about that. And the Rays and Marlins are fun, and what they're doing is great, but it's still not good for baseball.
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, they're doing it with young players that don't get paid. Like, somebody's got to figure out a way for...
Like young and hungry.
Huh?
Like young and hungry.
It's not just young and hungry. It's just young. Like, they haven't broken down yet. Like, I think there's got to be a way to limit, not limit, but, well, whatever. We dig into it another time.
We'll have probably some days and weeks and months.
Yeah, I would guess that next year we'll have some time as baseball sits idly by and we get to talk about how we want the game to look. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
Exclusive coverage of the sale of the Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Ball is caught. JSN drags the defender.
ESPN NFL insider Seth Wickersham.
At the very beginning of the process, people told me that don't underestimate this guy.
With Brock and Salk.
No one seems to know that much about him because most of the people we know are in the sports world.
He's shrewd and smart. They wouldn't describe him as cutthroat, but he's someone who he never loses.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube now.
Your bathroom deserves a refresh. Call it a mid-season upgrade. Dave Wyman here for Fast Home Services, and right now, take advantage of 15% off a tub or shower refresh. Want to upgrade further? Bidet seats install for just $3.99. From leaks to full upgrades, it's the same plumbing expertise you've trusted since 1986. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate, or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc? We need to talk about the lights. Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes. A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes. You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offering so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
10 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I don't care how much better the National League is than the American League, Brock. They're not going to win the All Star game. That just doesn't happen. The AL finds a way every single year, and they did it again last night.
So the Mariners will have home field advantage in the World Series.
No, they don't do that anymore.
Oh, they don't?
No, it's been a little while. I liked that. I thought that was a nice thing. I never had a problem with that. People would get mad about it, and I was like, well, the other option is they just went back and forth. Like, at least it was better than a flip of the coin.
I kind of like the team with the best record, maybe.
Right.
And now, especially since they'll play each other.
Before the AL-NL All-Star game determined it was just even year, odd year.
That was silly.
Right. So I always thought the All-Star game, whatever. Anyway, last night the NL wins, or the AL wins rather, 4-0. They had 11 pitchers give up 3 hits, 2 walks, and no runs. There wasn't a tremendous amount of action. Junior Caminero got hit by a pitch. Thankfully, he seems to be okay. I actually watched to the end because I was curious who the MVP was going to be. Like, how do you choose an MVP
was it Bellinger?
From that
they
game?
It
was.
Yeah.
Cody, congratulations on the 2026 All-Star Game MVP. The little Ted Williams MVP award. Did you think that first at-bat would stand up for the MVP award?
Not in the moment. As the game went on, I mean, like I just said, the pitching was just absolutely dominant. And they said, keep your jersey on just in case. So I was just watching the game.
All right. Well, that was Mike Schmidt giving him the award. There were no more than 25 people left in the stands at that point. It was empty. It was, I don't know. The whole thing just kind of bummed me out.
Yeah, 27 of the 54 outs were via the strikeout. That's I can do that math.
It's a lot.
That's
and
exactly,
again, you can kind of deal with those
things. Exactly a 50% strikeout rate.
Fine if it came with the home runs that tend to follow.
There was one extra base hit in the whole game.
Yeah, and it was a home run
in the whole game.
Yeah, that was it. So there was no running, there was no movement, there was really nothing. All right, well, 2 days off now. No baseball before the Mariners start their second half at home on Friday against the lowly Giants. Game under 500, game and a half back in the division. And yet, everyone nationally is still fairly bullish. Here's a conversation between Chris Rose and Trevor Plouffe.
Do you feel like one of them is going to step on the accelerator in the second half?
I keep thinking the Mariners are going to turn it around.
I do too.
I keep thinking they're going to turn around. Like Josh Naylor has not been good. Talk about their middle lineup bat. Cal Raleigh has been injured, and then when he has played, has not been himself. So it's we expected regression from 60 homers, obviously, but this is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, this is something this is virtually unprecedented.
And you heard Smoltzy and Joe Davis and everybody on the broadcast last night talk about it as well when Randy got a hit and that Mariners team, there is just way more in the tank. There is just way more in the tank. You're going to hear from Passan in an hour as well.
Yeah.
There is just way more there for them to be sitting at a game under 500.
I just appreciated Smoltz. As soon as Randy came, I was like, the Mariners are confounding. Like, I don't know what to make of this team. Like, yeah, John, try talking about them every day.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Brock, if you were hoping JSN's historic season, Offensive Player of the Year award, we're going to vault him to the top of the wide receiver rankings, you're going to be disappointed. He did not finish first. That was Jamar Chase. He ran away with the award, wasn't close. Justin Jefferson was second. JSN, third. I can't get upset about that, could you?
I don't know. I mean, coming off of the year that Jefferson had in Minnesota, and you can say, sure, Max Brosmer and J.J. McCarthy.
I mean, I think you can, yes. I think you can definitely say Max Brosmer and J.J. McCarthy.
But there's still a level of production. Like, okay, that's all fair, and that stinks. But I'm sorry, this season, coming off of this season, heading into the next year, JSN was a whole lot better than you were.
Yeah, basically, reading through it, they felt like he was not quite as dominant on the outside, even though he played 80% of his snaps on the outside, and that he'd only done it for 1 year. And if he does it again this year, then he's going to move to the top of those rankings.
It comes down to those guys are outside guys. Those guys are bigger-bodied guys. They play that position outside. They have to face the Patrick Surtains and the Spoons and the best corners. They don't get to attack safeties and nickelbacks and everything the way that JSN does, both inside and outside. So there's going to be a preference and bias. And we've seen this in all of these rankings. And we shouldn't be surprised when you're talking to scouts and executives and coaches. What do they love? They love bigger, faster, stronger, longer. They love those traits.
Well, and I think they also don't like preparing against those guys. And that was a common theme. Like, essentially, Jamar Chase, just impossible to prepare for him. So, I don't know. He was ahead of Puka Nacua. DK Metcalf was just not even an honorable mention. He was near the end of those receiving votes.
I think they made the right pick there.
Yeah, I would say they handled this the right way.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Update from Adam Silver on the NBA last night, essentially saying expansion is just on track. Like, no major changes.
Oh boy. Now we're going to get another Bumpus promo. And Stacey.
I know,
here
people
we go.
get so mad.
Right when that promo
Why
ended.
haven't they announced it yet? Like, well, they're gonna.
Right when it finally got out of your head. And we got ownership change. We got other things to get to. You know, it's coming back.
I like
give me a date.
Silver's trying to pretend like there's like a lot of bidders here in Seattle.
In terms of public, most of the groups that are interested have not been public. And that's any group that's chosen to be public is their decision. And so I wouldn't conclude that because there aren't other public groups coming forward, that therefore there isn't other interest in that.
Yeah, I'm going to conclude that.
Adam, what about the ones that own the building?
Like, how was anybody else going to do it?
Adam,
he's got to say that. I get it. He can't. He's got to pretend like they've got some leverage on that. But yeah, the only other Pisano, Spain beat France yesterday. Brock, they're gonna big win for Spain. They'll face the winner of England Argentina today. And I thought this was interesting from Flo Balogun, the guy who had gotten the red card suspension and then it was overturned.
My initial reaction was, I was happy to be back in the team.
Yeah.
But when I kind of started to reflect, I knew it was going to cause a lot of controversy. And I could almost see within my teammates a bit of nerves because it's something that's so unique. But the closer we got to the game, I tried to just focus as best as I could.
Yeah.
But it was difficult, a lot of outside noise, and that's hard to avoid.
So you weren't physically skilled enough, and you were mentally too weak enough.
That's not what I got out of that, but okay.
That's what I got out of it. Belgium was much more skilled than you, and then you didn't handle all the noise and all that collectively as a team, and that should not be a surprise. This is a new coach. This is a bunch of new guys. Should not be surprised they couldn't handle some of that noise.
Maybe that's true. Yeah, it's certainly a fair point. That's not where my mind went. My mind went to, we're really asking a lot of athletes to be a part of a culture war that they didn't ask to be a part of. And unfortunately, I think that can be a pretty big cross to bear. You can ask those guys. You can ask the U.S. Olympic hockey team. You can ask Caitlin Clark. I think there's a lot of people who find themselves in the middle of this thing that is happening around our country that they have no interest in being a part of. And I'm sure that pressure, that noise is very difficult to deal with, whether you're mentally hard or soft or whatever. That seems pretty challenging to me. Yep. So that's everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. You work your whole career to figure out how to deal with the sports noise and the sports media. You don't expect to be a part of, national and international political discourse. So I can imagine how that might be a little bit outside their comfort zone. All right. Speaking of that, coming up next, you cannot go, Brock. It is impossible to go through the successes and failures of the 2026 Mariners thus far without spending a lot of time talking about this player. He is confusing. He is as confounding as the team is in general, and yet he may be the key to the second half of the season. It's next on Brock and Salk.
If you're subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube, then you saw this Wyman and Bob digital exclusive first.
Leonard Williams, he's in the final year of his deal. Can you pay him somewhere around top of the market?
He's still absolutely at the top of his game. I don't see any kind of drop-off as far as his age goes going into his 12th year.
Beyond who he is on the field, who he is in that locker room, he's just such a leader and a presence.
The home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube now.
All right, summer is obviously in full swing. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here, and they got concerts, man. How about the Pop 2000 tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, and Ryan Cabrera, plus LFO on August 1st. You can relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. That's pretty fun. And then a bunch of rock shows coming, including Queensryche in October. Seen them at Snoqualmie before, and they are phenomenal, quite frankly. You can see the whole lineup and get tickets at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Bump letting you know Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on every hole and tree-lined fairways, you better hit them straight. Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those who want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today. After the round, enjoy a stay at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Go to golfloomis.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies of all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XFinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates do apply. So make the call today. 1-800-XFINITY.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cash back. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
The countdown is on.
10 days
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In many ways, the 2026 Mariners have been defined by one player, Randy Arozarena, who has really complicated everything in his own unique mercurial way. I'm going to run through some of this, and I'm going to just have to do a quick caveat before I do, Brock. Just a reminder that whether things go first or second in the conversation doesn't give them any more value. And with Randy, I think you really have to emphasize that because he has been very clearly their best hitter. If you don't agree, it's fine, but there's a pretty compelling case to be made that he is their best hitter through the first half of this season, and really it's more than that, but through the All Star break. He has also been by far their most frustrating player based on a lot of the things that he's done and situations that he's found himself in. It's the same Randy Arozarena that does this.
The 2-2. Swung on, crossed right field, hammered in the gap. Mesa back, he's at the track, makes a leap at the wall. It is gone, sail away, Randy Arozarena.
That is the same player that also has to force his manager to say this.
Well, I mean, Randy's in a situation right now, he's not 100%. We got a lot of guys that are out there right now that aren't at 100%, and they're giving us what they can give us. And it was a tough placement on that, and
I can't even listen to it anymore. I got to turn it off. Randy currently ranks first on the team, first on the team in runs, hits, doubles, RBIs, stolen bases, batting average, on base percentage, and both versions of WAR. Plus, he's second in slugging, second in OPS plus, and fourth in home runs.
Probably second in WRC plus too.
Would certainly, I don't have that in front of me, but that would certainly make sense.
Yeah.
That's pretty, that's your best hitter, essentially. Maybe there's an argument for one other guy, but okay, fine.
The only argument is Dom. Dom's been really good, but again, he's platoon. He doesn't play every day. So, yes, Randy has been their best player.
Hitter.
He was the All-Star.
Yep. First in runs, hits, doubles, RBIs, stolen bases, average on base percentage, WAR, F WAR, B WAR, second in slugging, second in OPS plus, fourth in home runs. That's a pretty good season that Randy's having, and he was named an All-Star, as you said, in order to honor that season. It is also a year in which they've gotten nothing from Cal or Naylor. They've only gotten so much from Julio. And in many ways, Randy's offense has been their saving grace offensively. Yeah, you've gotten it from Canzone and Cole Young. I'm not saying he's been the only guy, Raley at times. But consistently, he has been by far their most consistent offensive player, and he's saved their bacon by doing that and having that kind of a year. He also, at the same time, and I want to make these two things equivalent where one doesn't necessarily overshadow the other, he doesn't seem happy. He's never really seemed happy here in Seattle. He has been a part of 3 of the most glaring public displays of chemistry issues that the team has had, starting at the WBC, and then maybe even more importantly, the way he handled it after he got back. Again, been watching baseball for the better part of 48 years. I've never heard a player curse out another player, let alone a teammate, in public through the media like that. It just doesn't happen. And
let alone the captain.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen. Let alone come back and refuse to say anything. Like, the whole thing was awful. He's had issues there. He's had issues, obviously, with whatever happened where he didn't get to a fly ball in, I don't even remember where they were, but Julio was late to come out and take his next at bat because it sure appeared like he and Randy were having a conversation about that defense in the clubhouse away from the cameras. And then obviously you got last week where he got the stare down from Luis Castillo after a foul ball that he didn't run hard after and could have had and didn't have. And then Luis gives up a home run and was clearly pissed. Those are 3 of the most egregious examples, but there's been hustle problems, focus issues, fielding issues, all of which have come into question over the course of the year. So if you are the Mariners, I think that you've kind of reached a point where you need to make a decision. Is the Randy Arozarena thing fixable by the coaching staff, by which I mean all of the coaches and the manager? Is it internally fixable in order to continue to get what you've gotten from him offensively without the extracurricular stuff that has been troublesome to the rest of the team? Or is it to a point where it can't be fixed internally, in which case it becomes a front office issue and they have to have a conversation about whether the team is better off without one of its best offensive threats? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know what they've tried. I don't know how receptive Randy is to those conversations. I don't know who's got the best relationship. I don't know whether they've tried discipline. I don't know whether they've tried to. I don't know. We don't know because we don't get a lot of that info, and so we don't really have the basis to make a decision. But don't you think they have to make that call? Is this something that we can work on ourselves?
Right.
Or is it past that point and we have to go do something that we don't really want to do externally?
Yeah, and I think you've been having this conversation for quite some time because he is, if there's a lowercase impact I and an uppercase I for impact, he is the uppercase I for independent contractor. All you got to do
now,
and all you got to do is be embedded with them around that team. And we saw it in spring training. Like, he's the one that just goes to the back door. He's the one that just marches his own beat. He's the one that just doesn't talk and communicate in a public way that just about everybody else does. He just does it his way. He's kind of Randy land. which they had a whole seating section back for him in Tampa Bay before they moved on from him and made the trade to bring him here. And as an independent contractor, Salk, just doing his job, coming in as a plumber, yeah, man, you can't in any way have any problem with the impact and the job that he's done as a hitter. But the impact on the whole rest of the crew, when he's his timeline and his effort and his hustle and those things are not what the others are.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's been a net do you think Randy in 2026 has been a net positive or a net negative for the Mariner?
In 26, I think it'd be hard for me to argue that he's been a net negative, just because the production has been so much more extraordinary than his peers, than what Cal and Naylor and those guys. In 25, I would say net negative.
Right, because he didn't have a great year. It was a good
I'd
year.
Say in the second half of 24, yeah, whatever, probably neutral. Right? I don't, it's just he's going to give you some home runs, going to give you some streaks, but the defense and the base running, the concentration, and the focus, and all the rest of it, man. And this is not a great correlation, and football is really, really hard to do. Compare a football locker room and a baseball clubhouse for all the gazillion reasons we've talked about over the years. But, Joey Galloway was the most talented player on our team when I was a rookie in 1999. Saw it all offseason. We had our combine. He ran like 4.2. He's different. He caught all the touchdowns the year before. He's different. And he got in a contract holdout. And he was not there the first 10 games of the season. And you know what our record was in 1999 with lesser talent? But guys all bought into their roles. We were 8-2. And then when he came back, because he had to come back to accrue a season for the final 6 games, you know what our record was? 1-5. And we barely got into the playoffs.
Right.
It just changed the temperature of the room. It just changed, we got to get Joey the ball. We got to get him the ball. You got to give him his touches. Got to take care of Joey. And just, he was a total independent contractor that wanted his deal and wanted his money. And I don't think this is a surprise in a contract year that the guy's going to take care of his hamstring a little bit more. I'm going to run when I want to run. I'm going to make sure I'm taken care of. I'm going to make sure I get my numbers so that I get my money.
Is the way, I don't want to stand up for a guy doing things that are anti-team because I'm with you. They're really frustrating. I do think that some of it is what baseball does to a guy like Randy, who's been playing the game seemingly forever and is just about to hit free agency for the first time. It seems ridiculous in some ways, right? He never asked to leave Tampa. You use the phrase Tampa gave up on him. I don't think Tampa gave up on him. Tampa just did what Tampa does. When a guy gets to a certain point where they're going to start making a little bit of money through arbitration, they trade them for the most value they can get. I don't think they didn't like Randy any more than they didn't like Isaac Paredes or anybody else. That's just what they do.
That's their model.
They just trade people when they get to that point, and Randy got to that point. He didn't ask to leave Tampa where he was happy, where it was closer to people he knew and loved and a lot of Spanish-speaking people around. And Randy didn't ask for that. He's forced to go to a city that is as far away from there as you could possibly get, where he plays for a team that immediately fires its manager, and now he's going to finally become a free agent for the first time in his life. Yeah, I don't blame a guy for I don't entirely blame him for having a bit of an independent contractor view on that of I've been told what to do forever. I'm finally going to get my own decision on what I want to do, and I'm not going to let a bum hamstring screw me out of a ton of money. I do understand that to a point, and I think that generally we all are the opinion that the Mariners are probably just going to give him a qualifying offer, which they know he's going to say no to at the end of the year, and they take the draft picks, and everybody just kind of moves on. But I do think that you have to have a conversation now. If you don't think this is fixable through internal action,
well, therein is a challenge too, Mike.
I mean, you got to talk about trading them.
Well, it's not only the manager; it's also the leaders on your team. And when you've gone to Luis and Cal and Julio and all of those guys in one way or another have been bothered and offended, Cal at the very top of that list when you mother bleep them, and then you don't even address it.
You got to go to those guys, and all three of them, Randy, Julio, Cal, and Luis. And I think you have to ask them straight up, would this team be better off with or without Randy Arozarena? Right. Is this a fixable problem? And, I don't know. I'm sure those conversations go on behind the scenes. I think this is one of those moments where I would hope Justin Hollander, and I would assume that Justin kind of is in the clubhouse occasionally and has some of those one-on-one meetings and asks some of those questions. And if the answer back from Cal and Julio is, yeah, no, we can do it. We can handle this. We need that offense, and we think that then they've got to be big boys too and understand that they're just going to have to take some of the bad with the good, and then it all comes out in the wash, and Randy is a net positive for the team. And if those three leaders, veterans now, especially Luis, come out and say, yeah, we just can't do it.
Right.
It's ultimately detrimental to this team, then you probably do need to trade. And that's not easy to trade him because they need his offense. If
He's
you're
the best left fielder,
him,
by the way, offensive production-wise.
Like in team history?
Like in team history.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yes.
He's been really good. I'm not trying no one's been more defensive of Randy than me. Like, I agree.
Well,
if you trade him,
yes. Offensively,
what are you going to do?
Right.
Do you think you can get back, say, a Suzuki? Not for Randy, but like in two separate deals? Maybe. I mean, that's a bunch of moving pieces. You're trading Randy for prospects probably, and then you're trading other things to the Cubs to try to get it's very hard to imagine you're going to get back a player that is going to contribute as much offensively as Randy has. And remember, when you get Cal and Julio and Naylor going and Randy slides into a secondary role instead of essentially being your best player, man, this offense can really cook, and you got a real shot at a World Series.
Yeah.
But can you do it with the culture and the chemistry the way it has appeared to be so far in the first half of the season?
Debate,
I don't know.
Great conversations. The reality is the market conditions, and Passan's going to join us in 45 minutes. I think the market conditions for this trade deadline are equally as complex and complicated as ever. And also likely
because there's not much available.
That's right.
But that might raise the price of what you could get for Randy. It makes it hard to replace him. But, like, what if you got something legitimate back for Randy Arozarena and then you traded someone for Taylor Ward? You're not going to be as good, but your vibes are probably better. And then you could, there's a bunch of ways you could try to spin this to try to make your team better, but it involves taking a huge risk and a huge leap of faith. And I don't know. Ultimately, if it was me, I would probably shy away from that.
Yep, and maybe the next couple weeks, Salk, with Naylor and Cal and Julio, and do those guys come out? And is it a little different against lesser competition, certainly in this initial homestand, and then better competition with I think it's the Dodgers and the Rangers, like these next couple weeks? Just as a couple weeks last year were really large going into the deadline and even coming out of it, I think there's probably a strong argument that these next couple weeks mirror last year in almost every single way.
All right, we'll ask Jeff Passan about this in greater detail coming up in 45 minutes. Right now, some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
We keep getting these texts, and I know we really kind of went through this months ago, but these texts that say, Cal was in the wrong. He deserved to be mother bleeped. You don't treat a teammate like that. Maybe Cal was in the wrong. I'm not saying he wasn't. But if you're saying he deserved to be cussed out in public like that, what you're saying then is that Cal did the worst thing in the history of baseball.
By telling his teammate, don't do this, please.
Right.
By telling him beforehand, please don't do this.
If you think Cal was in the wrong, fine. I think there's a reasonable argument that Cal should have handled that differently. I'm with you. I think Cal could have handled it differently. But if you think that was deserving of, quite frankly, something I've only seen one time in the history of the game, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Sorry. The way you react to something that somebody does is important. Cal might have been in the wrong. I'm not sitting here telling you that Cal was 1,000% definitely right. There's probably some responsibility there. But if you're telling me that he deserved the response that Randy got, you're telling me that what Cal did is the worst thing in the history of the game. I'm not going to buy that one. Sorry. Question number 1 for you, Brock. Where's the disconnect? Why is Ernest Jones, 18th, 19th best linebacker, and his peers had him in the top 100? What's going on?
I think it goes back a little bit to what we talked about in Need to Know with Jackson Smith and Jigba being the 3rd best receiver behind Jefferson and behind Jamar Chase. Because I think these executives, these coaches, these scouts, the people that are the 75 different folks that are involved in Jeremy Fowler's list, I think they do still look at the traits. And I think they see a thrice traded player who had a knee that was problematic to the Rams and that Tennessee was willing to trade and move on from, and that is still like in the foreground of a lot of those folks' thoughts. On top of it, there are some limitations on tape, right? If some of what you said about Jamar and Jefferson was like, oof, coach is going, I don't like preparing for this guy. I gotta have constant thought. I think some of the coaches in the survey were like, no, I like putting him in a blender. I know he had 5 interceptions, and I know the players will see that and recognize that. But I also know that the Rams threw for 580, and they pinpointed him because they knew him inside and out and what he can do and what he can't do. So I think the top 100 players is mad respect for who Ernest is as a leader. In totality, 120 tackles, 5 interceptions. That dude is a baller. But I think that this list points a whole lot more to the tape, to the film, and to some of those traits that are still a bit worrisome, I think, to some of the folks in the front office.
All right, question number 2. I've been trying to figure this out since you sent this over last night, Brock.
Do you like thrice traded?
Thrice? Sure.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, that sounded good.
Came off my lips good.
Who is the most out-of-sight, out-of-mind Seahawk that could produce in significant ways in 26? I've been trying to figure out the answer to this. Torrey Horton?
Yeah, it's good. Don't overthink the room, Salk. Don't overthink the room.
Well, my other answer was going to be Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, don't overthink it. 13 receptions last year. How many touchdowns out of 13?
4.
If he were a home run hitter per at-bat, damage per at-bat, he would have been the league leader in the NFL. 5 touchdowns on 13 receptions. I mean, extraordinary slug. Extraordinary impact. When he was on the field and available, 5 touchdowns, most of those of the big play variety and explosive pass plays. Throwing a 95-yard punt return touchdown as well. That's 6 touchdowns that he made in less than half of a season. And just watching him, just looking at some of the videos, just seeing him, participating now with the guys and out there working out with JSN and Sam and some of the others. And he's out there at the World Cup and he's out there at the All Star softball game. Like, dude's going to be back for training camp. I really hope that he's not on the pup. I hope he passes his physical next week and he can hit the ground running because you forgot about him. And he shouldn't be forgotten. Like Mark Lowe. Don't just forget about 5 touchdowns and 13 receptions as a 5th-round rookie receiver, Salk. That's some unprecedented era of production right there. I got my eye on Torrey Horton. Add him with Cooper. Add him with Rashid. Have you seen Rashid Shaheed? See that picture I sent you late last night?
You sure did send it.
There are 6-packs and then there's 12-packs. I don't even know how many muscles he has.
He's pretty ripped.
Yeah,
He's pretty ripped. All right, question number 3. Yesterday in our conversation with Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, pointed to the 50-50 balance the 49ers had when they had their fullback in.
Mm-hmm.
Are we
21 personnel?
Should we see more of that? Should we see more passing out of that formation this year for the Seahawks?
I think you're going to see a little bit. Here was Nemhauser making that case to us yesterday.
Hold on.
And pointing to one player, Mr. Oots in particular, is having
the
that kind of
Seahawks
impact.
team and Brian Fleury are going to potentially be a team that has the fullback on the field a lot more often, 21 personnel, than what Clint Kubiak did. And I think the other part of that is that you could find a situation where Robbie Oots is a much more important part of this offense and that he is going to be used as a receiver a lot more than he was last year. And that when they're in 21 personnel, last year they were 70% run. It was very predictable what they were going to do when Robbie Oots was on the field. The 49ers were 50-50 run pass when they had a fullback on the field. If they can get to less predictability, more utilization as a receiver, not just as a blocker, Robbie Oots is a guy that might play a much more prominent role in this offense than I think most people are.
I hope they
might play. So he didn't say will play. He might play. And I would add in, and maybe I'm prisoner to the 2 practices that I watched up close and personal, where Brady Russell was everywhere. That it might be it's 21 personnel, or it might look like 12 personnel, but Brady Russell's going to line up in that fullback spot. He's going to be in king or queen or in the eye, and he is a lot more use check than Oots is use check. Oots is a lot closer to the facsimile in Baltimore that's 300-pound just hammer. Oots is 260, 265, and you watch drills and that's a that's a guard / fullback, right? I mean, that is a people mover, but a smooth receiver get out in the flat, run an option, do some of the things Juszczyk does. I don't know. I still got my questions of just, can he do that? Can he sustain that? He got banged up last year. He went through a rookie year. A lot of guys make their biggest jump from freshman to sophomore year. So I don't minimize that point from Nemhauser, but I would include Mr. Russell in that conversation because I think he's got a lot more of the Kyle Juszczyk traits than just, at least to the eye, Mr. Utz has on the field.
Very fair. All right, good stuff. That is today's Blue 88 every morning at 7:45. Get back to the baseball with Jeff Passan at 8:30. I think today's a day you really do want to make sure you listen to Jeff. Before we get there, though, Maura late last night working with her gigantic fingers on a way to get us in trouble.
Lengthy, long.
Lengthy, sorry.
Yes.
They're not just huge. They're not gigantic.
Shouldn't have sausage fingers. Like, what was that guy?
Like banana hands?
No, there's banana hands, and then there was sausage
Steve
fingers.
Valley?
Oh, Steve Valor. Just looked like mini
Valor?
dogs.
Valley?
Whatever it was.
Valor? I don't know.
Goodness.
Valley. I forget. Yeah. Big center. Big fingers. Big meaty hands. Maura, you're right.
Valos.
Huh?
Valos.
Hold those things up again. My God, we can't even see. You're
What?
they take up the whole. Look at them. They take up the whole screen. They're huge.
I'm a tall person.
Maura's got something for us next.
Seattle Sports, the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
Picked up and intercepted, and it's Nick Ward.
Continuing coverage of the sale of the Seahawks with Stacey Rost.
I don't know that this feels like something that made me nervous. It's just a change. That's the best thing. Yeah, it's kind of like, you got a slow roaster or whatever it is. You just kind of leave it alone. Don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Let it cook.
Find everything you need to know at seattlesports.com.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Bob Stelton here, and if you've had LASIK or EVO ICL to get out of those glasses and contacts, you know how freeing it was. I had LASIK, but when I got older, I started to need reading glasses to see my phone or a restaurant menu. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange, and it was a game changer. If you'd like to rid yourself from all glasses, including readers and bifocals, learn about K2 Vision RLE at their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. noon. It's a perfect opportunity to meet Doctors Kopstein and King and have them answer your questions about K2 Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Why won't I get cataracts after RLE? How does the light adjustable lens work? And lots more. The light adjustable lens is the premier technology for those who have had LASIK and now want to get rid of reading glasses. Plus, never get a cataract. K2 Vision has done more light adjustable lens procedures than anybody else in the country. Join the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts next Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports 50th Annual Divers Fair starts next Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, yes, Jeff Passan joins us in a half hour, talking baseball, talking Mariners' future, some difficult decisions ahead. But Maura has come up with something for us. Maura, where are we going now? What are we doing?
It's the return of a show favorite. Every time we do this, the listeners want more of it, but you kind of have to. It's one of those you can only sprinkle in every now and then.
Okay.
Trading places.
Ah.
So you guys are going to answer questions as each other. I have been amazed in the past at the extent to which you guys know each other and your mannerisms. So this is usually a fun one. I have to wait till you have some things that you kind of disagree on or some rants that you might go on. Yeah. So here, I'll start with a little music.
Okay.
We have the Trading Places movie music.
Yes.
Who wants to go first?
I do.
Ooh, Brock. Okay.
I'd like to.
He's been prepping during the break. I heard him.
Not really.
Were you prepping?
Just one word I had to dig out.
Wow. So you really are trying to act like me.
Oh, boy. All right, Brock.
You are a master prepper.
Brock, as Mike Salk.
Yes.
As Mike Salk, tell me how you feel about penalty kicks and shootouts in playoff games.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yet another problem with soccer. I don't even want to talk about soccer. It's such a stupid sport. I don't know why 50 million people watch it. Why? It's dumb. But think about it, folks. Think about it. This game ends in penalty kicks. And not in the regular season, not like my beloved hockey on the ice. No, we're talking about championships. We're talking about global championships, they tell me. Oh, the paucity of these people to just waylay the whole game. The paucity of brain power of the soccer viewer. Okay, they waylay the whole game in any respect I have for the sport when the sport ends with penalty kicks. Really? We're going to end with penalty kicks? They can't play another 30 minutes, another 60 minutes. Oh, it's so hard on them. Why? Oh, to pass the ball. Pass. Connect the pass. Connect the pass. Connect the pass. Kick it out of bounds. Oh, stand and watch. Penalty kicks? Come on, people. Idiotic.
What paucity.
It's like not understanding the nuance of the gray zone in a strike zone.
Oh, wow.
Wait,
People just don't listen to me. Maura, Brock, people don't listen to me. If you just listen to me, I'm smarter than you. I know what I'm talking about. Did you watch the All Star game last night? That little ball that just ticked the strike zone. Is that a strike?
All right, well, we'll get to that.
Shots fired. That really hurt.
I think you really nailed it there at the end.
Why
Okay.
don't you listen to me?
Mike Salk.
No one listens to me. Don't touch me.
I told you this already. Okay. Mike Salk as Brock Heward.
Yes.
How do you feel about Aaron Donald's potential return to the NFL?
Oh, yeah, I thought about this. And, it kind of comes back to what happened to me this morning. We had one of our tight ends, of course, came in. He was a little late. But I know little Timmy and his brother, little Bobby. I mean, he's only like 6'5", 250. I call him little Timmy because it's kind of small. And he didn't work out nearly as much as I would want him to. In fact, I tried to lock him in my basement for a couple of hours and throw things at him until he did enough deadlifts to make me happy. But eventually he escaped. They were Child Protective Services. So anyway, little Timmy, little Bobby came in, and they didn't really want to play. And I'm trying to talk to them about how important it is to have that connective tissue, to understand each other on the team. Does Aaron Donald still have that in him? Does he still have that desire to connect with his teammates? The connective tissue that makes it all go? I don't know whether he still has that. I think he's just looking to make a quick buck. So quite frankly, I'm not convinced. And oh, by the way, that's all I got.
Oh, it's exhausting. It's exhausting being you.
It's exhausting being you.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, goodness, Maura.
So good.
Okay, is
All
that
right,
it?
No, I have one more for you. You kind of started leading into it, but as Mike Salk, Brock,
Yeah.
tell me why there should be a gray area in the ABS strike zone.
Well, I just, again, it's... I get so tired when people just don't listen to me in my arguments. It doesn't matter what I say on here. Just read the text story every single day, especially these idiots from the 509. They can't follow my logic and my reasoning. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're not as smart as me. I'm sorry you haven't thought about it. I'm sorry you're not elite. I'm sorry you don't understand nuance. I'm sorry. We don't live in a black and white world like Brock does. We're not from the 1950s. Okay, this is 2026, people. This is 2026. Can we progress at all? Can we move the conversation forward? Or do you want me to just say and speak like I'm a fifth grader to all of you in black and white? Be better.
You got an old man cough
That was
going
pretty
on
good.
that one.
I like that
Good
one.
job.
That was funny. That was pretty good.
I try.
When in doubt, just be Salk being mean to the texters or callers.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Good move.
Knuckle draggers from the 509. You don't even know what a 563 is. Why do I even deal with this? Why do I even do this show?
Did you ever have a
What-
563?
People will ask me, why do I even like sports? Do I even like sports? No, I love sports. But I certainly don't like trying to communicate with many of you that never even listen to what I have to say. You have a paucity of brain cells.
Is this the word you looked up, Embry?
It was.
Okay. All right, one more. Mike Salk as Brock Heward. Tell me why you're over Randy Arozarena.
I don't know. No connective tissue.
That's just Brock as Brock. He can't even help himself. He's so angry about Randy, he can't even help himself. Look, here's what you got to know about Randy. I'm going to go three ways here. One, it's the laziness. He's just been lazy while in the outfield. Two, it's the anger. The man is just angry. He doesn't want to be here. He's been angry since day one. And then, of course, third, lastly, he's disruptive. I call that the LAD, the laddie. It's my acronym for it. He's just kind of lad. He's not angry. He's not mad. He's not sad. He's lad. He's lazy, he's angry, and he's disruptive, which leads me to the TRN. And I've been saying TRN for quite some time now, ever since my poor, humble days growing up in a double-wide trailer in Puyallup. Trade Randy now. That's the TRN. The TRN.
You've got Ian doing an old man cough back here.
Yeah, good job, Salky.
All right. There we go.
The acronyms really sealed it.
I was thinking about the acronyms recently. How much Brock likes All right. Feeling good, looking good, trading places. Thank you, Maura. That was fun as always. All right.
You guys always commit to that one, and I love it. Thank you.
We don't get a chance to do it. Hey, you know what else we got to do? Is you started doing the little Wheel of Fortune game.
Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
I have requested that the great Matt Pittman make an open for that as soon as we get it.
Well,
still
he
making
didn't have
Linda
time.
Cohn
He's got too much time spent on Linda Cohn. He didn't have time to do the things we asked for. He's too busy doing things no one asked for. So we don't have that kind of time.
I only asked like a day or two ago. So
all
as soon
right,
as we get that,
let's do it tomorrow. Maybe we got time tomorrow or Friday. Maybe we could do that because I think G's going to join us tomorrow. Let's do a little spin the wheel because that was fun. Salk, you should just mention Titus and laugh and clap your hands. I wish I could. I can't clap my hands loud enough to imitate Brock. I would need the Anaheim Angels thunder sticks.
Do you know how many times you would shake your head? If you and Maura and Ian were sitting in the little stands there off the side of our practice field, the number of times you would just shake your head at me. If you just watched and listened.
Do it every day.
I know you do. Now amplify it times 100 of intensity on a football field.
How often are you in horse stance?
Oh, quite a bit.
He starts doing his horse dance. I should have mentioned that one. That's good. Thank you, Maura. Thanks for bringing up the horse dance. That's one of my favorites. Let's come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then you're not going to want to miss Passan at 8:30. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
30 years ago,
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock, you were here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. Yes, Salk, I like my acronyms. In fact, I love them, especially PCF. You, the people, come first. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just simply loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever for you to get started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. I know. You say, well, what does that mean? That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. That's what it means. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your dream deck now and pay later. And most people who start with that design package, it's kind of like the game plan, the blueprint. You end up with the exact outdoor space you've always wanted and dreamed of. This offers your first step. So do what Molly and I did. Get a hold of PCF Construction Group today. Get all your project ideas. Browse their amazing photos and find all the offer details at yespcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
When you order a ride from a rideshare company, do you know what you're getting? Big rideshare companies have been caught failing to protect passengers from dangerous drivers and not supporting drivers and passengers after an accident, all to protect their profits. That's why if you've been injured in a rideshare vehicle, you need Davis Law Group to protect you. Their in-house team of investigators and legal staff has a successful track record of taking on rideshare companies, and they've won millions. Visit DavisLawGroupSeattle.com.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cars, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Every job's different, so why not your equipment plan? Rent it when you need it. Buy it when you're ready. Levitt Machinery makes it easy to get to work. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
10 days.
Until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with a test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, if there's one thing you can bank on in life, it's that the American League will win the All Star game. Nothing else is for certain, but they will find a way every year to win that All Star game. And they did again yesterday, Brock. And not the most exciting game I've ever seen. The National League couldn't hit. They had 3 hits the whole night, 2 walks. There were 11 pitchers who combined on the shutout. It's not like the AL bashed much either. They had a couple singles in the first and then 1 home run, a solo shot later. And really, that was about it. The only drama was, would Junior Caminero be okay?
Oh, boy, that one looked like it may have got Caminero up and in on that hand. And he is down, and this is the worst case scenario.
He was down for longer than you would have liked, especially if you're a Rays fan. Fortunately, he got up, ran to the dugout, into the clubhouse, got x-rays. They were negative. He says he's going to play on Friday, but that's good, man. I was worried. I like him a lot. I think he's a fun player, fun to watch, and good for the league.
Another great Salk word, emblematic. In that game last night, very emblematic of today's baseball. 27 of the 54 outs via the strikeout. There was a shutout. There was 1 extra base hit. Pitching dominates. It was almost as if at times you feel like these poor hitters, Salk, to use a golf comparison, it's like they're playing with Jack Nicklaus's clubs from the 70s. Like, yeah, go play the Open. I'm sorry, you got to play Rory and Chef and these guys, and they've all got the new technology and new clubs. But what are those woods called? Persimmon?
Persimmon.
Yeah, you're going to use
woods.
this. Yeah, you're going to use this persimmon driver.
Kind of what it feels like.
Open. Honestly, at times when the pitching is that good and it's arm after arm after arm after arm, and they all throw 98 to 100 miles an hour, like, all right.
Yeah, good luck.
let me just take my strikeout. Mosey back to the dugout.
Well, we got 2 days of nothing now. No baseball, no nothing for the next 2 days until the Mariners finally get underway again on Friday against the Giants. They're a game under 500, game and a half back in the division. John Smoltz, though, clearly saying last night he expected them to be better in the second half, and he's not alone. This is what Buster said on Get Up.
Joe, the sleeping giant, the Seattle Mariners, who are under 500 right now, 48 and 49. But this is a team with an excellent rotation. Brian Wu, Logan Gilbert, depth behind them. Plus, you know that Cal Raleigh's not going to struggle in the second half the way they did in the first half. Julio Rodriguez playing in a very winnable American League West. I could see the Mariners emerging, especially after making moves at the trade deadline.
It is funny how many national people are very bullish on the Mariners in the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't watch them every single night with the passion that we do and the emotion that we do and the expectations maybe that we do and hold them to. And they just look at the raw talent and the numbers in the back of the baseball card over the years. And if they can put it together and play to the capability and the ceiling that they're capable of, then yes, they should run away with the American League West in the second half.
Well, to do it, they're going to have to get more from their stars, specifically Cal. You heard it there. They're going to have to be healthier, I think, than they were in the first half, and they're just going to have to play cleaner baseball.
And by the way, no Brendan Donovan playing yesterday.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So
I don't think he's going to be back Friday.
I don't like that.
I don't think he's going to play 2 games and be back Friday.
That doesn't feel like it's going to happen, no.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You calling this a lack of respect for JSN? He was third in Jeremy Fowler's position ranking list as judged and voted by executives, coaches, and scouts throughout the league. It's not Jeremy's list. I saw somebody earlier saying we need to call out Jeremy Fowler for his East Coast bias. Like, well, Jeremy didn't do this. Thank you for the program. Yeah, he didn't create the list. He puts it together based on how other people voted, and Jamar Chase was a runaway winner at number 1, Justin Jefferson 2, and then JSN 3rd.
So Leonard Williams 1, Byron 11, Gray Zabel 11, JSN 3, Sam Darnold 11. So a lot of just on the outside looking in at the top 10.
Yeah.
But Leonard and JSN on the podium. 1 a gold, 1 a bronze, and
I'm having difficulty being too upset. I mean, like, again, that feels about right. Jamar Chase, really good. Really hard to
And this is projecting ahead. This is not rewarding for what's been done.
No, he was already rewarded for that, and he appropriately won. He was the player of the year last year. That was great.
Kind of.
Well, yeah, exactly. God, where did I see Drewski show up? Where was I? Where somebody brought up Drewski, and I was like, screw that guy. They were like, well, he's funny. And then I said what happened. They were like, oh. Where was it? Where could I have possibly been? Where do I even go? I never even
Was he
go
on Love
anywhere.
Island? Was he a special guest on Love Island?
That's exactly where it was.
No, it was not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, God.
It was at the end of Love Island, I think. They had all these quote-unquote celebrities come on at the very end. It was like Kesha and Lizzo and other people like that. And I think one of them was Drewski, and I was like, whatever. The kids were like, what? No idea what I was talking about.
Here's the third thing you need
That
to
is
know.
where I saw Drewski. It was on the finale of Love Island. Thanks, Brock.
You're welcome.
Thanks for figuring that out. How come that didn't make its way into my impression?
See this? What about Love Island? Oh, that's right.
That's what I've been doing. It's like I haven't gone anywhere. Who would I have seen that with? Well, if you're looking for something that would have qualified as no news and good news, bad news, no news, it's what Adam Silver said yesterday about expansion.
Over the last 2 days, there were discussions both at the committee level and before the board from Paul Taubman, our outside banker, about how the process is going, what he's hearing from the groups. As I said earlier, price is one component, but I think there was as much interest as in who the groups would be, what the overall composition of ownership, and of course where they would play. I'm still hopeful, again, that this process would be wrapped up by year end, and I feel we're very much on track.
This entire Adam Silver press conference seems to be like he's whispering so no one can hear him.
Has this been like 3 years now? I mean, when did this all start out? With the building of Climate Pledge?
Yeah, maybe. Not quite then.
A couple years?
I mean, like, what is he supposed to say? He's got to meet with the media yesterday because of where he's at. They're going to ask him these questions, and he doesn't have anything to say yet.
You know where he's at.
He's in Vegas, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Have you watched any of that product?
No. Why would I watch that product?
Because there's not a lot else on right now.
Oh, but Brock,
besides
what
World
are you talking
Cup
about? You
Summer
got
League basketball.
Argentina and England today.
Who you got?
Don't care. Don't know. Who cares?
Do you want Kane or Messi?
I've heard of Messi. Let's go with him.
I think you got to root for England for one very simple reason. For our friends up in Fairhaven.
Yeah.
Because their second best player's last name is
Fairhaven?
Bellingham.
Oh.
Bellingham. So then I'm going with Bellingham.
Wait, why would Fairhaven want Bellingham to win? Isn't there some rivalry?
No, Fairhaven's just where everybody smokes up there in Bellingham.
Oh,
okay. It's a niche. It's all, again, you don't understand nuance.
Clearly.
It's a little niche audience up there.
Very niche. That's everything you need to know. Every morning. 1:15 every hour.
What's his first name? Jude? Is it Jude Bellingham?
Drewski?
No.
It's Jude Bellingham, yeah.
Jude, that name right there in and of itself.
All right.
Jude, one of the names of Boy Howdy's sons. Bellingham, a beautiful town up north. Go with England today.
All right. In order to go with them, I would have to be watching, and I can assure you that I will not be doing that.
What time is kick, Ian? What time is kick today? Is it noon
kickoff?
That's right. That's
nice.
nap time. That's right smack in the middle of when I will be fast asleep, which I guess would be happening whether I was watching the soccer or not. All right.
I saw a headline yesterday and was like, oh, this will make Salk so happy. And I texted to him, and I didn't hear back for a while. I was like, he's napping.
Oh, yeah, I was.
It was about the daylight savings time.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Thank you, Patty
Seriously?
Murray. Yeah, I
thought it was done.
The House passed it. The Senate hasn't even brought it to a vote. Patty's upset. Senator Patty Murray's like, please, let's go.
Are
Bring
you
this to a
okay
vote."
with an 8:58 sunrise?
Sure am.
Okay. All right.
I am 100% okay with it as long as I get
we're
that
in here when the
sunset.
sun rises no matter
Yeah,
what. For the
I don't
most
care
part.
what time the sunrise, because I'm going to rise 10 o'clock. Wouldn't affect me one bit. Give me that later sunset, baby. Later sunset all year round. Jeff Passan next.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Now we're less than 2 weeks away. 10 days until Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and if that number on the scale's not quite what you want it to be, maybe you're hiding in the back of those family photos this summer. I know what that's like. I've done it. Trust me, I get it. Summer can be a time where things get away from you. The schedule gets hectic. You got vacation. The kids are home. People are grilling. You got to make an excuse to do things right. So if there was ever a plan that you could do while you're busy, it's the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan. You really can. All you got to do is something you're basically already doing, right? Going to the grocery store. You don't have to count calories, no exercise, no carving time out to go on a run or the gym. None of that. It's just grocery shopping the right way and then eating according to their plan. The recipes are really good, so you're not going to be that hungry, and the food tastes awesome. The right amount at the right times. It's how I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. So make that excuse to do it. Start with a 15-minute phone call. It is free, and you can schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my friend Brock Heward. Brock, why did you call First Mark?
Brandy, it is so good to talk to you. It's been too long, and we made that call. And the only bummer is we waited too long. I know you hear from people that you talk to as well as I do to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I just wish we would have done it earlier. You know, Brandy, the word that comes to my mind is a word I use on my sports show a lot, and that is connective tissue. It's important in team building. It's important to players in a locker room to be connected to others. And when it comes to insurance, it's so complicated. It's stressful, and you just don't even want to deal with it. And that's where the connective tissue of having a pro, having a broker, having a partner, and most of all, having a teammate like First Mark Insurance was the best connective tissue we could find.
Brock did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PndTreeService.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, day late today, but never a dollar short. Jeff Passan joining us as he does every week after all of the All Star festivities. He's exiting Philadelphia, and he's with us right now. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Good morning, boys. How are you?
We're good. What was the vibe in Philadelphia? Did you enjoy yourself? Did you enjoy the festivities? What did you think of it all?
I think Philadelphia is a genuinely great baseball town. And anytime you go to a place that has fans who are passionate, and there's different levels of passion. In Philadelphia, the passion is manifested through, we can say, hatred, vitriol, and just general Philliness. And I loved it. I loved every minute of it because I was talking with Tony Kornheiser for his show earlier today, and I said Philadelphia is the kind of place where if you walk around the corner, you might get punched in the face, and that's okay. like it kind of makes it feel a little bit dangerous. And when you're in the ballpark there and you see guys getting booed during the home run derby, you're like, yeah, I'm in Philly.
Jeffrey, as you were close to it, I can have an opinion from afar, but you're close to it, right next to it. How would you characterize the care factor of the participants in the All-Star game?
I think they care. I think that, if it depends, Brock, what we're comparing it to.
Okay, the NFL Pro Bowls is 0. The Pro Bowls is 0.
Yeah,
I'd say the NHL All-Star is probably like a 90. Where would on the spectrum the guys in the All-Star game be?
You think it's a 90?
The NHL is like if the NBA is a 0, the NHL is like a 2.
Well, the NFL is a 0. The NBA is a 1. The NHL is a 50. Where is baseball? Yeah.
I would say compared to the other All-Star games, MLB is still clearly the one where guys care the most and where the competition is closest. It's not even a care factor, Brock. I think it's what is the closest competition to actual games. And in that respect, I think baseball wins it running away. And it was last night not like the perfect encapsulation of what modern baseball looks like when you have really good pitching. It doesn't matter what the hitting is. If you have extraordinary pitching, you're going to have a game where 27 of the 54 outs are recorded via strikeout, and where you see otherworldly, nasty stuff from guys. And that even the best hitters in the world, when pitchers are on, I'm not going to say they don't have a chance, but the chance is certainly lessened.
And I'm not going to lie, Jeff. I love a good pitcher's duel as much as anybody else, but seeing it spread out over 11 pitchers, it's kind of boring. From at home, maybe it was better in the building, and I hate to say that
it was decidedly not better in the building.
It's
I mean, there were of course it was, and that's kind of the All-Star game. I don't think, Mike, that you necessarily tune in to MLB's All-Star game hoping for a really good contest,
right?
In the sense of what we normally see in baseball. I think you tune into the All-Star game for the matchups and for the one-on-ones. And it's a bullpen game, Would I like the All-Star game to have the starting pitcher go 4 innings, the next guy go 3, and then you have a setup man and a closer? Sure. I think that would feel a lot more like a real baseball game than what this is, which is like the most high-level spring training game you're ever going to see.
That's well said. That's well said. All right, let's spin this forward to the Mariners. And Brock and I have had here a few days of just sort of being able to reflect and think a little bit. And one of the biggest challenges, and certainly it was evident on that road trip, it was just the sloppy play. They've just been sloppy this year, just more sloppy play, lack of concentration moments than you would want to see from a contending baseball team. So I guess my question is this. What do you do to get a team to stop playing sloppy baseball? What levers are there for the manager, the general manager, the coaching staff? What levers are there for them to push or pull to try to get this team to play cleaner?
I think the issue here is I look at this through the lens of when my children are acting the fool and not being responsible for the things that they need to be responsible for. How do you emphasize to them that you need to do this while acknowledging that as a staff, I don't know that there's a whole lot you can do once they get between the white lines. Once they're out there, it's on the players, and you can emphasize defense, right? You can take more time doing infield. There are plenty of things that you can do in theory that could help, but level of concentration when you're out there ultimately comes down to the players. You're not going to go to them and say, hey, you need to be more mindful and you need to be locked in and you need to be this and that. Sure, all of those things can be true, but as a staff, you can't lock them in. All you can do is emphasize the importance and hope that you have a loud enough voice in that clubhouse and enough respect from the people in there to really take that to heart and to understand that if this is a priority for the organization, then this needs to be a priority for me too.
Okay, so over the final 65 games, what can Dan Wilson and staff do?
They can just, when you have a first half as disappointing as the Mariners was, and I don't think there is any other way that you can characterize this first half. The Seattle Mariners were one of the most disappointing teams in baseball, and they did not play anywhere close to the level of talent that they have. The Mariners should not be holding on to a wild card spot right now with an under 500 record. They should be running away with the American League West, and they're not. And so I think this is a gut check time, not just for the players, but also for Dan Wilson and the coaching staff to ask themselves, what are we missing? What are we not doing? How are we not getting through to these guys? And what are some things that we can do to change that and to not just to change that, but to actively affect change? And, I don't know if that's a meeting, that maybe Dan Wilson is in charge of, or maybe he delegates out to some of the player leaders in the clubhouse. I don't know if that's individual sit downs with guys saying, this is what we want you to be in the second half. And, as much as we preach all of these all-encompassing traits and characteristics that we want our players to be, every individual is a little bit different, and maybe to reach those needs to hear different things. So individualized plans, but an emphasis on very simple whole team ideals that they can attack.
So that brings up probably then it's a good lead into the very real conversation that Brock and I had about an hour ago, and I wanted to bring you into it, and it's about Randy Arozarena, and it's complicated. Randy's complicated. Let's be clear. He's a complicated dude. He's their only all-star. He's been their best hitter by far. You go through all of the numbers, and it's, his ranking on the team is like first, second, first, and fourth. Like, he's having a good year. And yet almost all of the chemistry culture questions that have come up for the Mariners over the course of the season, hustle questions, concentration issues, I seem to come back to Randy over and over again, and he's never really seemed all that happy in Seattle. He's got about 2 months left on his time here. They're probably not going to offer him a new contract other than a qualifying offer to try to get a draft pick. Is Randy definitely here through the rest of the year? Or if you're Jerry and Justin, are you having a conversation to see if there's like a 2004 Nomar Garciaparra type deal and wondering if that unlocks some of the challenges they've had this year?
Oh, I think you're absolutely open to that possibility. I just don't know what that looks like. And if we remember in the Nomar deal, they got back Orlando Cabrera, who was a clearly lesser player than Nomar Garciaparra. And I don't remember what the Red Sox record was when that trade was made, but I feel like in order to get rid of the guy who has been your best player, you at least need to be in some slight position of strength to suggest that, we're going to ship off someone who's better than anyone else we have right now and get someone back who's probably not as good. But this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Like, that's a big leap to make. And I get everything you're saying, and I agree with everything you're saying. Randy Arozarena is a very complicated person. Randy Arozarena, when you see him running, and I use that term in air quotes, and then pulling up feet in front of a ball that he absolutely should have caught in left field, that I think that has an enormous effect on everybody else, not just on the pitcher who's like, dude, I worked hard for that out. Could you at least not have worked a little bit harder to try and make it a reality? And everyone else in the field, like, man, why are we still here with one fewer out on the board than there should be? It's psychologically, it's a real problem. But because he has been so effective this year, it's almost like, well, that's our Randy. And, we're just, you take the good, you take the bad. And unfortunately, the bad with Randy Arozarena is preventable. And that's the most frustrating part of it. He does not have to be the guy who pulls up. And I understand, he's had leg issues and, he's concerned about exacerbating them. But that specific play I was talking about, there's just no excuse for that.
Yeah, I was actually in Tampa, saw that in person. And the challenge too, Jeff, is these touch points when it comes to friction are with Julio, they're with Cal, and they're with Luis. I mean, this is not with, some equipment guy. This is not with the last player on the roster. I mean, these are some of the strongest leaders and kind of selfless guys that you do have, and therefore can be complicated, as we've said. So, along those lines, you talked about what Dan and staff can do to, quote, actively affect change. When you look at the 30 general managers and presidents in baseball, and I'll put Jerry and Justin together on this, where would they rank as guys in their role, in their position, as those from their seats that feel like they, in the next 2 weeks, can actively affect change with the trade deadline?
The problem that I'm seeing right now, Brock, is that the absolute mediocrity of the American League has a chance to completely upend our expectations of what a trade deadline looks like. And a lot of this goes back to Detroit. Like, if Detroit doesn't make a move here, and by the way, they're facing the 4 worst teams in the American League, plus the Chicago Cubs before the deadline. So there are moves to be made in terms of going up in the standings. But if they don't make that move up in the standings, then the trade deadline salvaged a little bit with Tarek Skubal and with Casey Mize likely on the move. But neither of those guys is going to help the Mariners a whole lot. I don't think they're going to be in the market for a starting pitcher when they've got too many of them already. So I look at a team like the Marlins that I thought was going to actively move guys. And the Marlins, I believe, are a playoff team right now. I look at a team like the Twins that has some talent to put out there. And, oh, by the way, the Twins are tied with the Mariners at this point. I really do wonder if the standings and waiting on all the standings to shake out is going to make for a slow trade deadline season and maybe an absolute dud by the end. I'm not there yet. I'm not going to say that this is going to stink like I did the home run derby and, within 12 hours look like a complete idiot. Have to own myself on Twitter. But what I will say is that there's a realistic possibility that because the standings are so flat in the American League and because there's just not a whole lot of inventory on the National League teams, that this could be a molasses slow deadline.
You mentioned the Marlins, so we just got a chance to see them over 3 games where they fairly thoroughly dominated the Mariners and looked like about as good a team as I've seen all year in baseball, quite frankly. What can we learn from the Marlins? What takeaway should the rest of the league have from watching that team do what it's done?
I think the way that Peter Bendix, who came from Tampa Bay, has put together the Marlins is it's admirable because he has done so with no money. The Marlins' third highest player right now, guys, is Giancarlo Stanton, who last played for them 10 years ago. That's what we're talking about here. So the resources have been negligible, and yet here they find themselves still because they got Kyle Stowers in a trade with Baltimore, and it turns out he's pretty good because they got Owen Casey in a trade with the Cubs, and it turns out he's pretty good because they've drafted and developed a guy like Joe Mack, and they found gold in a guy like Liam Hicks, and because they've turned into a really good pitching development organization. And when you have all of those things, plus the key to this entire endeavor, which is patience and which is fealty to the process that you have put in place and believe is going to lead you to winning games, you have a chance to do really special things. And I think the Mariners, in a lot of ways, are what the Marlins actually want to be, because they do have the processes in place and because they have shown specific talent pipelines that they can create and that they can replicate. But it also illustrates to you, like, there are marginal wins to be found. And if you're an organization like the Marlins that knows you can't spend money, you are going to spend all of your time, energy, and resources hunting for ways to find those marginal wins.
So it's interesting, Jeff. You went to the team construction of it and the way, the G. I was just almost going and thinking more towards the style of play. I mean, Brock is obsessed with it. They put the ball in play constantly. They run around. They play to that ballpark. They hit balls on the ground that just, go flying through on the quick infield. They run around. They pressurize you nonstop. Is that the future? Is that the only way to beat what we watched last night in the All Star game with everybody throwing 98 with the best slider you've ever seen?
I don't think so. I think there are different ways to baseball, man. And the one you're just talking about, how the Marlins do it, I think that appeals to the three of us because we're like in our 40s.
50s.
One of us is in their 50s. One of us is in their 50s.
No. Here's the thing, though. The one of us who looks best, I'm not going to saddle with age being some sort
nice
of
you to say
impediment.
about me.
No.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. It's nice.
Yes. Listen, us butt chins need to stick together. So I am perfectly fine with a team going out there and having this quick and aesthetically pleasing brand of baseball, but I'm just as good with you putting together a bunch of boppers and letting them do their thing. And I look at the Colorado Rockies right now. They've been a fun team to watch lately, and their pitching is just a tire fire. And so to put together this lineup of guys who are just going to bang all night, it's kind of cool to see, and you can get wins that way too.
Can we say that on the radio, Michael?
I don't think so. No, we're going to dump that. We're going to have to dump that.
Hey, last couple minutes here.
We're not actually dumping that, are we?
No, but jeez,
hey,
radio.
Listen, I don't know what you sick freaks were thinking, but I was thinking mashing the ball around the ball.
Okay.
There you go. And a guy that did that at prolific levels, never seen before in a catcher a season ago, obviously had his immense first half struggles. What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
I wish I had the solution. I wish I could say this is the quick fix for Cal Raleigh, but I think it's going to be a holistic thing. And whatever I or anyone else suggests could fix Cal Raleigh, I can absolutely guarantee you he has thought of already, and he has considered, and he has tried to implement. And it's, when you guys have things going on in your life and it feels like everything is swirling and going wrong, and you just can't figure it out, quite often the solution is to say, okay, what's the simplest thing I can do? What's the easiest way to make things very basic? And I think that's probably what he's doing at this point, just getting back to the basics of what made him good. And, that's going to be, in his case, let's get the ball in play a little bit more, and let's get into advantage counts. A lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. And once you put yourself in a disadvantaged position, of course at that point you're not going to have those types of successes that you did last year because you're compromised. And that's the most frustrating part of it all. It is self-inflicted compromise. and it's a bad feeling that burrows itself into your head. And man, when you're in a slump, there is no worse place to be in the world, because you feel like you are drowning and you're reaching up and looking for that life preserver, and somebody's standing there holding it above you, just out of the reach of your fingertips. And it's teasing you the whole time. And you feel like there's nothing you can do, and you're so close, but never going to get there. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that, because I believe in the person. And I think this first half, just as last year, guys, we talked about, this is probably the 99th percentile of what Cal Raleigh is going to be. I think this year, or this first half in particular, is the first percentile of what he's going to be.
Well, Jeffrey, thank you. Wild ride home from Philadelphia. I'm sorry you had to, prostrate yourself with the home run derby. I didn't think it was good. I didn't think it was like that much better than having the clock.
No, it's not like calling Mariners fans spoiled.
No,
it's not like saying the Rays are going to be caught by the Mariners in August.
Yeah,
it's not like saying those things.
Keep going. Let's play my greatest hits, guys.
The nice thing here is walking around the corner and getting punched in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that.
I was just going to say, I didn't get punched in the face in Philadelphia, but I sure did in Seattle radio.
Yeah, well, here on Seattle radio, Jeff, we can bang all night, so we're ready to go at any point. Like those big boppers, of course, around the league. Jeffrey, thank you. We'll talk next week.
See you, boys.
Just your average, normal, everyday conversation with the top ESPN baseball insider, Jeff Passan, Brock, as we do. All right, well, there's a lot in there. A lot. I think we've got to come back to it all next on Brock and Salk.
Exclusive coverage of the sale of the Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Oh, it's caught JSN. Drags the defender.
ESPN NFL insider Seth Wickersham.
At the very beginning of the process, people told me that don't underestimate this guy.
With Brock and Salk.
No one seems to know that much about him, because most of the people we know are in the sports world.
He's shrewd and smart. They wouldn't describe him as cutthroat, but he's someone who he never loses.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube now.
Nearly 1 in 4 people killed on the road in Washington weren't driving. Pedestrians on our roads are incredibly vulnerable, whether they're facing drunk, drugged, drowsy, or distracted drivers. Pedestrians are defenseless on our streets. That's why Davis Law Group fights for pedestrian accident victims and their loved ones after a crash. Davis Law Group delivers. So if you or a loved one have been injured, call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888 or visit davislawgroupseattle.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacg.com.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Hewitt and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Hewitt, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Hewitt and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour here of our morning. Brock and Salk on a Wednesday. Good stuff from Jeff Passan. We got G. Scott in tomorrow. We may have a surprise guest on Friday. I'm not sure if this is going to work out for this week or next week, but big guest. Big guest. We've had him on before, but still big guest.
Big guest.
Yeah. And important and relevant at the moment. So, yeah, we'll see if that goes down. A couple kind of major topics to come back to there from Passan. I think the two are the cleanliness of the games and what to do with Randy, right? I mean, like, everything else is a pretty big picture, but those are, to me, the immediate conversation. All right, and throw Cal
as a third one.
All right, fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3. Okay, good. Well, we like 3s here on this show.
Sure do.
Starting with Randy, because we talked about it quite a bit at 7:30. I'll play you Jeff's initial answer, and then we can try to dig into it a little bit more. But, asking him essentially, should the Mariners be open to considering a trade of a guy that right now has been their best offensive player through the first, really, 2/3 of the season?
Oh, I think you're absolutely open to that possibility. I just don't know what that looks like. And if we remember in the Nomar deal, they got back Orlando Cabrera, who was a clearly lesser player than Nomar Garciaparra. And, I don't remember what the Red Sox record was when that trade was made, but I feel like in order to get rid of the guy who has been your best player, you at least need to be in some slight position of strength to suggest that, we're going to ship off someone who's better than anyone else we have right now and get someone back who's probably not as good. But this is a good thing. This is a good thing. That's a big leap to make.
Big leap, difficult market conditions, not doing it likely for another rental, right? Because do you understand, Salk, if you were to do that, you would then lose that compensatory pick from the qualifying offer.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd probably need somebody that has some time, some control, and has also been a very, very good player. And he'd put all those factors together, as Justin Hollander said to us some off seasons ago about trading one of your starting pitchers just to get that equal sign, 2x equals 6, just to get them to equal each other on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
They were never able to do that and put that through the needle when it came to moving on from one of their starting pitchers. So when you're talking about their most productive offensive player on a team that has a bunch of struggling offensive players, not only a dangerous practice, but I just don't know if the market conditions are going to serve that conversation.
Just to finish the Nomar part of that, two notes there, a couple of notes on that one, because that's really the one example I could come up with a team that was in contention, that won a World Series in that case, that traded away not their best player, but one of their better players, and certainly a franchise icon, really, at that time in 2004. The Red Sox, since Jeff asked, on that day, July 31st, 2004, were 56-46, so 10 games above 500, but 8.5 back of the Yankees. So were they in a good position? I mean, wild card wise, right? They were kind of battling for the wild card at that point, but 8.5 back of the team they ultimately beat to get to the World Series. And Nomar was not having a good year. He was, I think, a 0 WAR player. A good year for him. He still had like an 865 OPS. But he was not, like, he'd been hurt. He'd been in and out. But they'd had some of these same mercurial moments with Nomar that you were getting now with Randy, where he didn't want to go play in this game. And if you remember that game, it's the same one where Derek Jeter dove into the stands and showed up, being the captain, the great captain, Derek Jeter. And Nomar, I was like, yeah, I'm not going in. I'm not feeling right. And so, like, it does play a little bit like Randy not getting after that foul ball the other day, or some of the other hustle issues you've seen with Randy, who's not a franchise icon the way Nomar was, but is certainly a really good player and probably slots in that way. Now, when they traded Nomar, it wasn't just for Orlando Cabrera. They had to make a 3-team deal, which is the type of thing you do when a contender is trading a good player to another contender. And they did. They sent him to Chicago, and if I remember right, the Cubs... Didn't they also go to the playoffs in 2004? I know they had been there, obviously, in 2003, which is when you get the Bartman thing. But the Cubs were a good team at that point. You had to bring the Twins into it as well, and the Expos. And so, like, you needed a bunch of teams to make it all work, right? Cubs didn't make the playoffs that year. They didn't, but they were still a good team. Nomar goes to the Cubs. They get Orlando Cabrera from the Expos. They get Doug Mankiewicz from the Twins. Like, that's what it took to trade Nomar Garciaparra. And I think it probably takes something similar to trade Randy.
Yeah, a lot of moving pieces. And as Jeff said, this could be a molasses trade deadline. This could be a big dud.
Mm-hmm.
What do you like to do with your bottle rockets? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty hard. So, if that's the case, then put another thing on Dan Wilson's plate. Like, you're going to have to figure this out. You're going to have to figure out internally what to do with Randy Arozarena and the culture of this team, the chemistry of this team. And, oh, by the way, you're also going to have to figure out what to do with the cleanliness of the way they play, the concentration, the in-game mistakes that this team has made.
I don't know if that's a meeting, that maybe Dan Wilson is in charge of, or maybe he delegates out to some of the player leaders in the clubhouse. I don't know if that's individual sit-downs with guys saying, this is what we want you to be in the second half. And, as much as we preach all of these all-encompassing traits and characteristics that we want our players to be, every individual is a little bit different, and maybe to reach those needs to hear different things. So individualized plans, but an emphasis on very simple whole team ideals that they can attack.
And if off days in the regular season, Salk, are movement days, then I would imagine All-Star break days are conversation days like that. Both in-house, internally, with Jerry and Justin and the front office and the whole team and all the analytics and that whole department chatting with Dan and the coaching staff, and then ultimately those conversations trickling down to the players and the expectations over these final 65 games. What are we going to be? What kind of team are we going to be? How can we do this on a night in, night out basis and have a focus and be locked in? To do what I think most in the national audience, and you heard it last night with Smoltz and Joe Davis and everybody, like they believe that's the sleeping giant. They believe that the pieces of that puzzle are there and put together to still run away with this thing in the West.
You and I had a short debate a couple weeks ago about whether or not the Mariners were truly that talented. And I feel very strongly that they are. And hearing John Smoltz, hearing Buster Olney, hearing Trevor Plouffe, all these guys, hearing Jim Bowden the other day, who was just like, yeah, of course the Mariners are going to run away with it. Like, that's all just based on the talent on the team.
Yep.
The team is talented. They are more talented than their peers in the AL West. They are one of the more talented teams in the league. They're not playing up to that. So this is not a talent issue. Are there moves they could make to get more talented around the edges? Sure, of course. But this is not a talent issue. The Mariners have good players on their team. They need to play that way.
Well, the most talented player on the team a season ago hit 60 bombs. And Jeff said he does have confidence that Cal can turn this thing around. Why? Because the person that he is. Because he went to work this week. Because he didn't go to Cabo and sit and drink Mai Tais and Coronas and do nothing. And I'm sure when he studied the video, along with his pops and other swing coach and everybody else, it was pretty obvious. Because the numbers are overwhelming, Salk. I was just looking at some numbers this morning. Like his upper zone that he is swinging at, out of zone, and pitches above his hands, which 99.9% of them are fastballs that he is not catching up to. Like it's a pretty obvious, glaring. This isn't any nuance. The numbers are really clear of what you're doing and what happened in this first half compared to previous years. And the number of pitches you're swinging at out of the zone and everything up that you're swinging at and not catching up to, let's make that adjustment because the league's adjusted, and until you fix it and rectify it, you're going to keep seeing it. And let's hope that gets started here Friday night.
Yeah, remember over the years I've had that conversation about Julio, like, can you just swing less, right? That's not the problem for Cal. The swing percentage right now is 51.8% for the year. You know what it was last year?
What?
51.7. I mean, it's essentially dead even. He's swinging at the same number of pitches. Now, he's swinging at a lot more first pitches, 52% instead of 44%. He is chasing a lot more, 37% compared to just under 32%. And he's not making as much contact inside the zone, right? But ultimately, yeah, you're right. I mean, I think that bears out exactly what you just said. It's the chasing. It's not that he's swinging too much. It's that he's chasing the wrong pitches. And he seems to be doing it way too much early in counts, which is what Jeff said. Don't get behind. He's allowing himself to get behind, getting into bad counts, and then you're in trouble.
No one wants to live compromise. So.
Not in this world. Not in this Major League Baseball. Not with these pitchers out there.
No, sir.
All right, Trash Takes coming up in a bit. We got everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
If you're subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube, then you saw this Wyman and Bob digital exclusive first.
Leonard Williams, he's in the final year of his deal. Can you pay him somewhere around top of the market?
He's still absolutely at the top of his game. I don't see any kind of drop-off as far as his age goes going into his 12th year.
Beyond who he is on the field, who he is in that locker room, he's just such a leader and a presence.
The home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube now.
You know what right now is the perfect time for it? Is the perfect time to save some money. And one of the easiest ways to save, take the First Mark Challenge. Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and we saved thousands of dollars the very first year with First Mark, and we have been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance works for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for your needs. And when you need them, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with FirstMark year after year after year. So it's time for you to take the FirstMark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next FirstMark Challenge victory I get to talk to. After all, they've had over 11,000 of them. All you got to do is go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings start tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
The countdown is on.
10 days
until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Sort of the give and take of all-star games. On one hand, you want them to resemble the game. On the other hand, if they resemble the game too much, they can be a little unspecial. And I think that's what I saw last night. It was a little boring. The pitching was just so freaking good. I like Jeff's view on it, though. I thought Passan had a nice way of saying it. Really, what you're getting there are the matchups, these elite matchups. What is it like to see pitcher A against player X, hitter X? And I think we got some of those last night. The problem is the pitching won every single one of the battles. So at some point, you're like, yeah, the pitching is just that much better in baseball right now.
I mean, it was remarkable. 27 of 54 outs were by strikeout. There was one extra base hit. I mean, it's just like they do. You speak about compromised, as we use that word, and as Jeff was talking about it with Cal Raleigh in particular, in any given count. But it feels as if they're walking into the batter's box against most, and you're just compromised. Like, unless that guy makes a mistake, unless he just gives me, and what did Scott Servais say to us in the past? Maybe one and a half cookie in a bat.
Did you watch the Bryce Harper at bat?
No.
Where he was mic'd up and he was like, all right, guys, give us a shot. This dude's filthy. He's just ridiculous, disgusting. I think it was, what's his name? Cade Smith, the reliever for the Guardians. And he's like, all right, I'll see what happens. And he throws him a couple pitches, and he's like, I guess I'll challenge it. Because whatever, he challenged it. He doesn't win the challenge. And then he throws him the last pitch is a low inside slider that he swings over the top of. And he's like, I told you he's disgusting. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's just like, we don't have a chance. And he's one of the best hitters ever.
Right.
That's a 2-time MVP.
Because these pitchers are also coming down the same tunnels with a lot of these guys.
Crazy.
And the decision that you got to make is not out of their hand with the spin. It's, as it leaves their hand down that tunnel, or is this going to sink?
Did they need to lower the mound an inch?
An inch?
Yeah. It doesn't need to be 6 inches, but what if you just lowered it a little? I've been in favor of it for a long time. I think you need to increase offense. The game was at its best during the steroid era, and if you have an opportunity to make it look that way without the steroids, then lowering the mound a hair might be the best way to do it. I would at least want them to think about it.
Does that put more risk at the arm?
It might, but then maybe you can't throw, not everyone can throw 98. That's part of the problem. It's cool to throw 98 and it gets you picked, but part of the issue is everyone's throwing 98. You never get a break. I don't know. Just a thought.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
JSN, not the number one receiver, according to the coaches, executives, and scouts that voted for Jeremy Fowler's list. He did finish number 3 behind Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase, by the way, was way ahead of everybody, and I believe he was right on the heels of Justin Jefferson. So when you hear it said that way, I don't know, that sounds about right. He's one of the best wide receivers in the game. I understand the desire to go with the tall, athletic freak who can jump and who runs with the ball after he everything Jamar Chase does is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. And they play outside, and there's still going to be a bias for that. And certainly JSN did last year, and he bounced everywhere and inside and outside and movement and showed really he could do it all. And he could run by just about anybody in this league, and his body control down the field and his ability to read that ball is truly unique. But there is going to be still a bit of a bias when you're not built like those guys. And it is amazing just looking at the pictures, and I sent you the shot of Shaheed last night, and I told you these guys would be getting together, and they certainly have this week, and the rookies report on Friday. But you even look at JSN's body composition compared to Rashid Shaheed. And if you were just out there and said, okay, which one is the best in football?
That guy.
You would look at Shaheed and go, that guy. But no, Mr. JSN plays this game at an unbelievably high level.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Spain beats France. Big news yesterday.
Goals.
Were there?
Gosh, yes, actually. Just beautiful goals. And Mbappe missed a couple just by a foot or two.
Who's the best player on Spain?
Cricky.
Who's the best player
Ian,
on
who's the
Spain?
best player on Spain?
So they've got this wonder kid called Lamine Yamal.
Lamine Yamal?
Lamine space Yamal. Okay. Yamal.
Okay.
He turned 19 on Monday.
Wow.
And has never lost a competitive international game for Spain.
Wow. All right.
It's like 36 games straight or
I'll
something.
have to not watch him when they take on the winner of England and Argentina, who play later today at noon.
What song does England play when they win? What do they?
Wonderwall. I know that.
There you go.
Yeah, I know they play Wonderwall.
And I guess they also sing Hey Jude to our guy Jude Birmingham.
Oh, really?
Or Bellingham, excuse me.
Do you know who sang Hey Jude?
Yeah, I do, man.
Do you?
The Beatles. 2 for 2 today.
Do you know which Beatle is most associated with Hey Jude?
Hey Jude. John Lennon.
Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney. You knew that. Come on, man.
He's the lead
you
singer,
those.
after all.
Well, they're all lead singers. in some
Really?
Well, he and John certainly. Yeah. Adam Silver giving an update last night on NBA expansion.
I don't want to hear.
Yeah, I'm not going to play for you, but I'm going to disagree with the headline I saw from our own website here, and I feel bad doing it. Seattle Sports says the fight to bring the NBA back to Seattle may be more crowded than previously known. Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. I'm sure there's some other teams or some other groups sniffing around.
He said it, Salk.
I don't care what he said.
He said it.
I am going to continue to use logic, which tells me there's nobody else who has a
I'm
real
going to give Euphrates' own benefit of the doubt. He said it.
I'm just saying, he did say it, but I don't think that it's true. So that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Do we know the situation at, what is the center down in Vegas called?
It's a situationship. The T-Mobile down there?
Is it T-Mobile
T-Mobile
Center?
Arena?
Do we know, does it have the same stronghold?
I don't think so. They got a bunch of groups down there.
Some of the bidders that they have are already proposing. They have proposals included for new stadium.
There's some real big names that are part of it down there. So, yeah, what's his name? Foley is the guy who owns the Knights. That's one group. But Magic Johnson's got a group. Jerry Colangelo's got a group. Disney's Bob Iger, former Disney chair. Great book, by the way. You ever want to read did you ever read his biography?
No.
I know you love a good biography. Or autobiography?
I do.
You should read Bob Iger's book.
You know what he was a monster on, Salk? The VersaClimber. You know, he's
really?
a believer in fitness.
Yeah.
Don't send me that crap you sent me yesterday on Instagram. is like a see, I'm right.
I felt seen.
There's nothing I can do about it.
I thought that was great. I love that. That guy does things like that. Yeah, he had the brutal triangle of.
You remember you had that same conversation with me. I don't know if you remember this, but I do. It's stuck in my big 5 head. When we were in the hotel and you put on a shirt at the Super Bowl and you were like, I'm fat. I'm too fat. I can't wear this shirt. He went, and you were like, what can I do about it? Okay, there's choices we make.
You got to make choices.
Right? I don't have time to be fit. I have time to rest.
To work out.
And I have time to prepare.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have time to go work out for hours.
Well-rested, successful, and fit. It's very hard to pull off all three things at the same time. It's very hard to be well-rested, successful, and fit all at the same time.
And I spoke your language.
You got to really eat perfectly. You got to really, really dedicate yourself on the food side of it because it's really hard to do the other three.
Do you remember you put on that T-shirt and you were
all
just
right?
like,
Let's move it along. Let's move it along.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Every family has a story to tell. At Dunn Lumber, ours is about trust. During the Great Depression, trust was hard to come by. People were so skeptical of banks. Customers would stop by the lumberyard, put their money in an envelope, and leave it in this safe. The safe still stands today as a symbol of our most valuable asset, your trust. If there's ever anything we can do to better earn your trust, email me personally. Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building trust since 1907.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts next Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
O'Brien. 10 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183. 800-381-4183 or biglou.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got trash takes coming up in, 15 minutes?
And you got 3 good ones today.
We do? All 3 of you guys have a good trash takes?
Ian understood the task more than
good.
last week,
Yeah,
where he had to audible.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. I
Maura's
actually got a pen in here today, which is good.
Maura's got a great one.
I'm pandering with the person I chose.
She told me dibs. She said dibs. And then I tried to pander with a sport you hate. So,
Okay.
I think you've got 3 that you're going to actually have to do a little work.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Salk, 20 minutes a day is all it takes. That's the person who you must know me and how many times I've complained about the
Just
number of people in your life who will say 20 minutes a day. Oh, just 20 minutes a day. Oh,
by the way, I laughed out
You don't
loud.
have time to stretch. It's just
care
20 minutes a
about
day.
you and your health.
Well, you don't have time to do this. It's not just health; it's everything. Like Brock the other day asking me about my furnace maintenance. Oh, it's just 20 minutes a day. Oh, you don't have 20 minutes a day to go check out your furnace. You don't have 20 minutes a day to go walk around and do your lawn. Oh, you don't have 20 minutes a day to stretch. Oh, you don't have 20 minutes a day to cook your vegetables. Oh, you don't have 20 minutes. You add up all the people who want 20 minutes of my day, you get 2.5 freaking days.
And you can't take a 4-hour nap.
I wouldn't have to take a 4-hour nap if I wasn't required to be here at 5 in the morning. No, it's just 20 minutes a day. Oh, you don't have another 20 minutes in your day? Everyone's got 20 minutes. I don't have 20 minutes. I'm out of time. There is no more time in my day. I don't have your 20 minutes.
Salk, you prioritize rest. God bless you. You do.
I don't even prioritize it that much.
No,
I don't
you just
even
pass out.
prioritize it
You
that
just pass
much.
out.
I get 4.5, 5 hours of sleep at night. I need more than that. That's not prioritizing rest. That's just trying to be a functioning human being. I fell asleep last night at 11:30. I woke up at 4:30. That's 5 hours of sleep. If I go home now and sleep for 2 hours, I get 7 hours, which is still not enough.
Yeah, have you ever seen those bracelets people wear? What are those called? That measure your sleep?
Oh, yeah. I'm not
Whoop.
wearing one of those stupid
Yeah,
things.
Whoop. What if I get you a Whoop?
I don't want a Whoop. That's just 20 minutes. I got to spend the day looking at my Whoop to figure out the best. I don't want to spend another 20
But
minutes on
others,
anything.
what if others want to spend some time looking at
others
you?
want to look at my Whoop?
Yes.
You
Want
don't
study
get to
your
look
Whoop.
at my Whoop.
That doesn't sound right.
My Whoop is my own, and I'm guarding it with my life. Nobody gets to look at my Whoop.
Between Passan and you, we're just coming up with ways to make normal words sound inappropriate
What's
today.
inappropriate about Whoop? I don't think that's
The
inappropriate.
way you were saying it.
Right.
That's because it was my Whoop?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't want to look at your Whoop either. Like, I want everyone to keep their Whoops to
That's
themselves.
good. Me too.
I just want everyone to keep their Whoops to themselves. I think that's a fair thing to ask in the modern world we live in.
Salky, if we were privy, speaking of not getting to be a part of conversations and you don't get my info, you don't get this data, you don't get to hear from me on this. If we could this week, if we could be around that Mariners building this week, listening to the conversations, because frankly, they have been it was tunnel vision with the draft. We know that.
Yep.
We know that.
And that's true of all teams.
Absolutely.
Before I'll just cut it off at the root before we get somebody texting in being like, the Mariners are focused on the draft when they couldn't get their own team.
Nope. That's
30 teams are focused on the draft last week.
30 out of 30.
That's how it goes.
Really, the last couple weeks leading up to the draft.
Yep.
30 out of 30. So now the draft ends last weekend, and you get a chance to get together. And you actually have time for the first time really since spring training, a whole week this week where you get together and you get to have conversations and you get to peel back the layers a little bit. And certainly the trade deadline is now the big focus, just a couple weeks away. Is it exactly 2 weeks away? Pretty darn close to that?
No, 2.5.
Still 2.5 weeks away. So the attention certainly turns there as well. And then it is with Dan and with the staff. How do we remedy this? What from your past, from your understanding of how front offices and departments and teams and skippers and everything work in that, how do you think those conversations evolve, unfold this week? You think it's a very proactive Jerry, Justin sitting down with Dan of, hey, talk me through this. Talk me through some of these challenges we're facing. Talk me through why Luis Castillo is staring down Randy Arozarena. Talk to me about that. How do we get to that? How do we get to that point? right? How do we remedy this? How do we rectify this? Do you think they have those conversations?
Short answer, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I hate giving that answer, but I don't. I don't know how it works. I'm sure it's different on each team, and I'm sure it's different each year on each team, depending on where they're at and what their needs are. But I can't answer what they are doing. I don't know, and I don't know how they've handled this stuff in the past. That stuff is pretty close to the vest. I think we can talk about what we hope is happening.
What would you hope is happening?
Pretty much exactly what you just said, to be honest with you. Again, I'll say this again.
And I would hope that Dan is a pretty humble guy. All right, knowing Dan Wilson for the last couple decades, I have knowing him as a player, knowing him in media, knowing him as a roaming coach, being around him jumping on a podcast with me some years ago. Like Dan's a pretty. There's a reason that his walkout song what it was. He's a mighty, mighty good man. Like he's a good man. He's a humble guy. I think that is in his just nature, and I would hope that he is. This is a week to be pretty constructive. In feedback.
I think that I hope they're talking about what I think are the 4 biggest challenges they have right now and trying to figure out how to remedy at least 3 of the 4 of them. That's what I hope. I see 4 major challenges that, other than injuries, which I don't think anyone can do much about. You got your stars hitting or lack thereof. Okay. You've got the cleanliness of the way they're playing. And
focus. Let's call it focus. Can we just label that as focus? I think that encompasses a lot of it. I think that encompasses decision-making, concentration. I think focus is a
sure.
I like that word more than sloppiness. Yeah.
Play clean. I mean, that's all I mean. I said cleanliness, like play clean, right? Like the cleanliness is not whether it's focus, concentrate, whatever word you like. Sure, I'll use focus if you want that one, but fine. Stars, not hitting, focus and concentration, the chemistry and culture. And then the last one to me would be the in-game decision-making from the bench. I don't think you're going to change the last one, so I'm not going to even really include it here in the conversation. I don't think that's going to change over the course of any conversations here during the All-Star break. So I don't think there's much to discuss there from their standpoint, maybe from ours. But the other 3, they've got to figure out first and foremost what they're going to do to get their stars going. What is the plan? And you know who I hope is a big part of that conversation is the guy who gets credit every time the Mariners hit, and everyone forgets about every time they don't, and that's Edgar Martinez. So, hey, Edgar, this is your time. What are you going to do to fix Cal?
And Kevin. I think Kevin's a big part of that. He's in the dugout every single day.
Sure he
He's
is,
the
but
one
nobody
that we
ever gives
talk
him
to
any credit or blame one way or another.
When we talk about with him and like when he picks and chooses his spots and when does he wait and when does he say something. Well, now it's time you say something. Now all the data, the first 97 games, is pretty darn clear. There's a massive underperformance with your stars. So as you dig into that and you study and you review, whether it's fundamentals, whether it's timing,
Kevin Seitzer
decision-making.
fixes Cal and then Edgar gets the credit for it. That's I think will end up happening. But whatever. Like someone's going to fix that. Someone's got to come up with a plan to help Cal Raleigh become Cal Raleigh. And by the way, if you could get Julio and Naylor going too, hey, maybe they each need to take one. Hey, you take Cal, Bobby Magianis, you take Naylor, and I'll take Julio. And let's get those 3 guys going. So to me, that is more of a hitting group conversation than it is Dan Wilson.
Okay.
Number 2, the focus, something has to be done. It is you cannot continue to play baseball the way they've played it over the first 4 months of the year. Like they have to be cleaner. They have to be more focused. We talked to Passan. He gave some thoughts on what that means and what those conversations are like. And ultimately, it does lie with the player. But when it's player after player after player and different types of mistakes, it rolls up to the coaching staff. So they're going to have to come up with a plan.
I've done this in a few different talks with businesses over the years, Salk, when I do some of these or different groups or sales groups. We hear the word accountable, right? We hear that word, and what do we often think? Like discipline, right? We think of like, I'm going to hold them on account. I kind of spin that, and I think this starts with Dan. On almost a nightly basis or weekly basis, are you able to really give an account? Are you accountable? Are you able to communicate and give account, tell the story of what's going on? And I think that is an area that Dan can really grow, because I don't think his nightly dissertations have benefited him the fans and even the players. And I don't know if they listen to any of that stuff anyway, but maybe their agents do, families do, friends do, colleagues do, front office does, others do. And I think being able to give a real account on a nightly basis,
right,
and not just throw cover at every single thing in a comfortable way.
I think it's really well said, Brock. It doesn't need to be specific either. I get that Dan doesn't want to call out specific players. I don't blame him. I understand that that's who he is.
It's a lot of 2026.
That's totally fine. But if you're not going to call specific players, I think it's okay to say our at-bats weren't good enough tonight.
Yep.
It's okay to say, yeah, we played sloppy ball and that can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't have to say, I don't need him to come out and say Randy Arozarena cost us the game.
Just look at the way that Pete Carroll,
look at the way
Pete Carroll and Mike McDonald would do that. Pete was a lot more in the especially near the end of it.
Yep.
More in the Dan Wilson vein. And Mike McDonald is a little bit more of, I don't know, I think pretty good teaching tape of how to do a post game. He doesn't duck. But he also doesn't kill guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think he walks that line, able to give an account of what just happened in a really healthy,
the challenge
forward-moving
from
way.
us from the outside is when we don't hear any of the accountability or even real anything that makes us sense that the issues have even been noticed. It's hard from the outside to believe anything is being done about them. Because A, we're not hearing any recognition of them. B, we're not hearing about any plan to fix it. And then C, we're not seeing any changes. So the only logical conclusion from the outside is they don't understand or don't see it or don't care. And that I'm not saying those things are true. I'm sure they're not. But it's very difficult to see how it's being dealt with from the outside. And I think you're right.
Forward.
That may be part of it. But you're going to have to fix it inside too. Because obviously these things can't continue. And then the last one is the culture. And yeah, I do think there's a Randy conversation in there. We talked a lot about it today. They're going to have to determine whether or not Randy whether it's salvageable. And that to me, you're right. It's a conversation I think that Jerry and Justin have to have with Dan. Is this something that you believe can be fixed? Or is it something where we need to move on? And then also it's probably a question that all of them need to have. You said this earlier. You're absolutely right. With Julio, with Cal, with the leaders on this team and say, okay, can we do this? Because you've butted heads now a few times. Is it possible for this to work? And if those guys all get to collectively say no, I mean, essentially you got a Rudy situation where they're all turning in their jerseys.
What a great scene.
I know. Well, you got to listen. You got to listen if your team is trying to tell you something.
I love that scene. That was one of my favorites.
Glad you enjoyed it so much. Of course you
Way
did.
to go.
I'm glad you like that.
Gosh, it's in the frontal cortex right now.
Yeah, that's all you're going to think. I didn't realize it was
Coach
going to
Devine was a
distract you
clown.
like
That guy was a clown show. It was a clown show. He made it about himself.
He did.
Here you go, Coach. I'm not playing.
Yeah.
Is it any surprise that Brock loves the scene in Rudy?
It couldn't be less of a surprise.
That's what I think.
If you were looking for a surprise, I think you would have to go elsewhere.
There's multiple scenes we could go to, but that was one of the stronger ones.
All right, trash takes time.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
All right, people. What do we got for trash takes today?
Who won last week?
Mora.
Mora win last week?
I did.
You did? Okay.
You want to go second, Mora?
Sure. Before we get started, can I just ask for Here's the Thing submission?
Oh, of course you can.
I think we gave you a lot of content today.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
I think so. What?
So please send us your best.
But keep your
by the way,
yourself.
I also would like to mention that while you were out, Charlie Furbush, we found out that he actually was a trash collector at one point. I think right after high school.
Like the guy who just won Love Island.
Yeah, and he happily wore the hat. Like he was all about it.
Oh,
so
I bet he was.
I think he was a better trash master than you.
Let's tone it down. You want to win trash takes again.
That's a banger take right there.
Yeah, you better not come with that kind of noise.
Okay, sorry.
All right, Brock, what do you got?
The sport you love, so the globe loves.
Badminton?
Argentina, England today to face Spain Saturday with 1.5 billion people. Colin Coward says soccer is cool.
And one of the things we've heard since that really humiliating loss, especially in the second half, to Belgium is, well, where's the growth? What's the difference? Come on. The difference is a number I'm going to show you. USA Belgium got over 50 million viewers. 50 million. That's a Super Bowl number. Mexico England got 47 million. That's the growth. Well, what do you mean? That large a number equals influence. Kids inspired to play. Families watching with their kids, thinking football's a little too violent, baseball's too boring, hockey's too expensive. Soccer now is cool.
Okay.
Soccer now is cool.
That was a deep sigh.
Salk.
That hurts. Feel that right here in my gut.
Baseball, you're baseball boring.
I can feel
you're
that.
Hockey.
I can feel it under my rib.
It's a good thing you're rich, Salk, because hockey,
it's true.
Expensive.
It's a good thing.
Soccer's cool.
Feel it in my rib.
All right. That was good, Brock. I'm going to go with one of your favorites, Tony Romo.
Oh, of course.
He was on the Pardon My Take podcast, and I think we got a little bit of insight into why he doesn't seem to do any homework for the games.
Now that you've been out of the league for a few years, where it's like, I got to relearn some things, or how's that process where it's like you got to try to figure out how do these new players, these new schemes, how that all works?
Yeah, football's pretty. Once you've done it your whole life and studied the way I have, I don't think you're going to see anything new. If you see a new play, they're utilizing something different where they pulled the tackle instead of the guard. But it's 11 people.
And when he went on to basically explain like all of the positions on offense, like just literally how the game is laid out, and then this was how he summed it up.
I mean, the game is not rocket science, but when you first start in the NFL, it does feel like, but over feels like a gazillion years, you start to understand the game is very simple at its core. So there's not like a whole bunch of new, brand new stuff coming.
So he doesn't need to study, Salk. No. He knows it all.
I guess she's trying to make me mad tonight. What's going on? Why is everybody trying to make me mad?
How's your other rib? How's the other rib?
Yeah, now I can feel it in my left week. I think pretty soon my psoas is gonna hurt.
Oh, I'll get in and Rolf that.
Do not Rolf my psoas.
I'll Rolf your psoas.
If you Rolf my psoas, it's totally gonna have a weird effect on my whoop.
It'll be a banger.
I think we're going to hear from HR after this show.
What's HR going to do? Come in and say, please stop talking about a whoop?
Have you ever had your psoas Rolfed?
I've not had it Rolfed. I've had it worked on.
You've seen the Rolfing tool, right?
Yeah.
It's like the blade that they use to shave.
Mm-hmm. It's awful. I've had my psoas. Just getting to the psoas is quite the process. It is deep in there. That thing is. Oof. All right, Ian, your sophomore version here. What do we got?
I'm more prepared than last week. I found this one yesterday. This is a golf thing. The Open Championship, the British Open, is going on right now. There's a whole bunch of press conferences. This is Shane Ryan's question to Rory McIlroy.
Yeah. Heard this.
How concerned are you with your legacy past when you'll be on this earth? How concerned are you with how you'll be viewed in 100 years? Do you think about that kind of thing? Does it matter to you since you won't be here? I mean, how does that go?
No, I don't really care. I would like to think that the people that love and care about me think a certain way of me, but I'll be long gone. I'll be dead. I don't think I'll be seeing what people say about me. I'll be 6 feet under.
Look, he woke up dead.
He asked that question to like every golfer this week. That's his one question. What are you gonna think about in 100 years?
But also too, he woke up dead.
Yeah, but also too, woke up that morning was dead.
Ian wasn't here for John Clayton said that about someone one morning.
Seahawks pregame show. And Dory's like, John, he didn't wake up.
He didn't wake up.
No, he woke up dead.
Man, woke up dead. Like the old Megadeth song. All right. Interesting ones that you guys got this week. I got to think about this a little bit.
Maura, you want to toss him the trash hat that Furbush wore?
No, I don't want to wear that trash hat. I'm fine. I don't want to.
Selfish.
I don't want to wear the hat. I don't want to wear the hat today. All right. So, Ian, it's a fair thing. Everyone's been kind of ripping it. Here's why I'm going to say that you come in third today. As much as most people will answer the way Rory did, not everyone will. And let me go take you on a little trip back in time.
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, obviously, going into my 10th year of my career, I think, it's a critical time of being able to the next 10 years, they're super critical, right? For everybody involved, the whole organization, and also myself. And me as a player, the legacy that I want to be able to create and do and be able to set the tempo on, you know what I mean?
Not everybody dodges the idea of talking about their own legacy and saying they won't worry about it because they'll be dead. Occasionally, you will run into an athlete. So was he playing a little gotcha, hoping to find that one athlete that is concerned about their legacy? Maybe. But I'm going to say third place because it's very rare to hear an athlete actually talk about their legacy.
And some throw
like
50, their 50th birthday bash to celebrate their legacy.
Who did that?
No. I believe he's talking about our friend that's coming in tomorrow.
About G? That's true. That was funny. Yeah, G's on that tip for sure. He likes a good legacy.
Yep.
Brock.
Oh, my.
Brock.
So inappropriate.
Brock.
So inappropriate.
Brock. Here's the thing.
She's wearing those undies, Salk. That's so inappropriate.
Here's the thing.
No, that's a segment tomorrow.
Here's the thing.
This is trash take.
Brock. Wow. As much as I hate what Colin is saying, the sad truth of it is he's probably right. That
soccer's cool.
Kids are watching it and thinking it is cool. Now, I also think Colin is biased. Colin's been saying this for a decade. Like, Colin hates baseball. He does. He doesn't like baseball. And so and he does like soccer. So he has always looked for ways to like show that, because I remember him telling me in a conversation at least 10 years ago, it's all over now. Soccer is going to be the thing. Like, I remember him telling me that. And I was like, okay, maybe one day, but not now. And so I do think eventually he's going to be right. These kids play soccer because it's for kids. And, if they market it the right way and FIFA does a good job with the marketing and Adidas and all that, like, there's a cool factor. I think it's dumb.
It's cool.
But I think he's right. I as much as I hate to admit it.
Congrats,
I hate it.
Mora. Back-to-back weeks.
Easy win for Mora. Tony
Bro,
Romo sounds ridiculous.
Brock was getting cocky with his
Congrats.
3 of 4.
I was.
Yeah, Mora knows what she's doing. Tony, what are we talking about? Just do your homework. You are the lead analyst on CBS. Just sound like you're prepared. That's all. That's all anybody wants. That's all anybody can ask for. All right, go to the app and you can leave us a message for Here's the Thing.
Hey, can you let everybody know, too, we're doing some work behind the scenes.
Yeah.
We talked about youth sports and roundtables, and we're putting some
getting
good
closer.
work. Yeah, we're getting closer.
Yeah, I'm going to make some calls today.
Yeah, like it.
Matt in Oregon says he can't imagine where Cecily got her attitude. She hid my dad's Chinese food from him last night.
That's messed up.
Typical. Ridiculous. All right, we got to go. Tomorrow, yes, the man with the 50th birthday legacy, G. Scott, will give us the update on his Buffalo family reunion. I can't wait.
Family road trip.
Brock, when I tell you I don't think I'm more excited for this than any interview we've done in ages.
You know how much I studied that video and those pictures he sent?
We'll see you guys tomorrow at 6. Till then, the Hay
Barn.
See everybody.
A lot more than normal study state.
Stick around for Bumpin' Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
We have values. We live those values. I think that's the best thing that this company has for it, is its reputation of taking care of people.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Need a lift? Levitt Machinery is now your authorized JCB dealer in Washington and Oregon. From telehandlers to track and wheel loaders to excavators. JCB equipment is built to work as hard as you do. Whether you buy, rent, or lease, Levitt Machinery is here to support you. With expert service and local parts in stock, LevittMachinery.com. Talk to Levitt Machinery today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Imagine Wi-Fi so intelligent it can actually fix itself. That means when there's a problem, it doesn't slow you down. It keeps your streaming smooth, your gaming lag-free, and your work from home right on track. Well, this is Wi-Fi built for the way you live, powered by a fiber network with 99.999% reliability, delivering incredible speed and strong, consistent coverage in every corner of your home, even those hard-to-reach spots. And it's just not fast, it's secure. Think of it as a security blanket for your entire network, keeping everything connected and working together seamlessly. And here's the best part. You can lock in 5 full years of predictable pricing. No contracts, no surprises, just one simple plan that includes everything: data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi installation. Comcast. Imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only, but make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
How sweet it is! 50 seasons of moments. 50 seasons of legends. A once-in-a-lifetime event. Join Mariners past and present at T-Mobile Park August 7th through 9th for 50 Season Celebration Weekend. The festivities begin Friday with a post-game slugfest, the Alumni Home Run Derby featuring Ichiro and other former Mariners sluggers, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Saturday will be a showstopper. 50 Season Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Arrive early to witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. It just continues. 505.
The weekend wraps up on Sunday with a collectible 50 Seasons pin giveaway thanks to